a recap of yesterday, and it will be an engaging session. So my colleagues, if you can have some mics at the back, and then we'll take a walk at the front here. Yes. Okay, so we had quite a number of sessions yesterday. We started the day with setting the pace. We had our CEO, J.O., set the pace for us and describe 4 outcomes that we're looking at. We had Habib sharing the context of what affordable housing has been over the last few years. And then we had the PS, Hinga, for State Department of Housing, lay the ground for us on delivery in action. And then we had the Deputy Governor of the Nakuru County on behalf of the governor just displaying and explain to us how the national ambition is being applied in the local context. And that went very well in the morning. Then in the after break, we had a number of sessions, of course, and after lunch as well. So we would like to hear your key takeaways based on the discussions that were there, anything that spoke to you from the experiences we had on housing, from the homeowners, from development finance, from land administration, all those sessions. So we would like to hear from you, and we will go we'll pick a few tables, so just be ready. Okay, let me start. Let me give you an opportunity to volunteer before I come and pick you. Anyone who would like to volunteer? Any takeaway they had from yesterday? Thank you. There I have a volunteer over there.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Pascaline from Ramusi Housing Cooperative, and my takeaway from yesterday was that the funding landscape is slowly beginning to consider the low-income communities, people who are in the past not considered for mortgage and access to finance. So that consideration gave me hope, because I deal with people who depend on the informal market for sustainability. So they have a hope in owning a home.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A very good depiction of our conversations on going down market and what the different institutions are doing to support that as well. We are here for practical solutions, and it's good to hear that that is actually coming through. I have seen a hand behind there.
Thank you. My name is Samuel Mukiti from NCBA Bank, and yesterday was the day, because what has been ailing some of us as the players in the industry is the aspect of fragmented processes, where each and every player is excellent in his own process, but it's not speaking to the other process of the other players. So from what Sylvia from the legal side shared, that one stood out, and there is a need for these processes to speak to each other. So after yesterday, hopefully today, we will know who, because we have heard about what, and we'll know about how, because the what was said and who is doing what, but now we need to know how, so that from tomorrow, the 45,000 and the 52 billion figure can speak to each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I can see the homework you are given is still fresh in your mind. Thank you. Thank you for that. For that. Debbie, on that side.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaac Barasa, and my pick-up point specifically from Brian Odera's presentation was that for us to make affordable housing affordable, we really need to reduce the cost for the developer. So we basically need to reduce input costs, so that then we then avoid it rolling over to the final consumer. Then we are able to make it sustainable.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we are here to see with the different partners we have. And we said in the room we have financiers, we have developers, we have the DFIs, we have government policy framework arm is here. So the solutions are right here with us. Okay, our last recap from that. Yes.
Good morning, folks.
Good
My
morning.
name is Ibrahim Mapetla from St. Andrews, Turi. Just from the outside, being outside there and just hearing stuff, and actually coming in here and seeing how the different facets are coming together to make this work is an amazing thing to see. Just speak on behalf of the people that normally will read news, will, hear from people. And what you hear sometimes is that Chinese whisper kind of thing, where one person says something to another and then says to another, and before you know it, it has been distorted. But actually coming here and listening and hearing from the different stakeholders has been very beneficial. I think the biggest one for me was seeing how the lands ministry is working towards just cleaning up the system and getting things underway so that affordable housing can actually become a real reality. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for giving us that perspective from a Kenyan looking out and wondering what are the different players doing in the housing ecosystem. Actually, that feedback is very good because that's what we need to make sure that we hear and we get feedback and we see what more can we do. And even yesterday's session on homeowners was very eye-opening for all of us. Then we know we are either on the right track and we identify our improvement areas. So thank you very much for your feedback and giving us the areas that have been have spoken to you. And I can assure you, all the institutions in the room are going to do something about the areas that touch them specifically. Okay, so, yes, Debbie? Not to lock out anyone from this side? This center side has been a little side. Oh, wow, you see, they needed some motivation. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning once again. My
morning.
name is Ashitiva Mandare. I practice law with the law firm of Nyachai and Ashitiva Advocates. I'm happy to be here. Out of curiosity, I'm just wondering, not too long ago, one of the lenders, the financial institutions, discovered that there was a category, the so-called Mama Mboga, and they reached out and they targeted that category. Mm-hmm. We've been talking about affordable housing. Are we reaching out to the targeted group? What are we doing to get the people that should be buying those houses, that should be taking up those houses? Do they get this information? Is there enough sensitization so that we become the originators? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ashitiva, for that. And that actually came out yesterday through the homeowner. They spoke about there is need for more sensitization and awareness. And I believe all the financial institutions have picked that up. KMRC has picked that up, and all other supporting institutions around that space of offering. Then we have picked that up and we will keep reinforcing that. And that is why we have this conversation. We have this conference, is to bring the areas that we still see a few gaps and we see how we can address them. So thank you. I can see
We have one more.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you. Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Angela Kivondo, Nation DT Sacco, the financial sector. One thing that I picked is all of us here from the different fields, we need to support innovation, collaboration, and transformation. And something that I'm really taking home with me from, I think it was Agri of KCB, as financiers, tuache kizungu mingi. We make the process very simple to these people. Thank you.
Thank you Angela for that. Tuache kizungu mingi. Sisi hapa, we understand all that kizungu. There were big words yesterday, structuring, de-risking, all that we understand because we are policy makers, we are the people who are providing the solutions. But after this conversation, we've got to break it down to the common mwananchi, to the likes of Joram yesterday, who spoke about how the experience was, and Millicent as well. So I think that has come out very well. Good. So we wanted to indulge you a bit just to get a bit of feedback from you on how day one went. The QR code is there. Please just take out your phones and scan, and then in the course you can be able to. Okay, please take out your phones. Those who are here yesterday, and just scan the QR code, and just in your own time, just be able to give us a bit of feedback. We'll really appreciate that to improve the process and to give you a better experience next time.
All right, so don't forget to promote this conference or to put it on your socials. Remember, yesterday we had an award for the one who posted and tagged KMRC, hashtag Kenya Affordable Housing Conference 2026. Today we will also do the same. So please take out your phones, take a selfie or a picture out there. Tag KMRC, Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, hashtag Kenya Affordable Housing Conference 2026.
KAHC 2026. So that makes it easier and faster. So thank you. I think on that now we'll now proceed with the program of the day, so that we can be able to engage and gain as much benefit from being here together. And without much ado, just to appreciate all of you delegates for joining us, our panelists, our speakers, we really appreciate you, and all our partners and stakeholders within the whole housing ecosystem. We are grateful that we have this conversation today with you. So I would like to welcome our CEO, J.O., KMRC CEO, to welcome our speakers this morning, just to help us finalize on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam MC. Now, good morning. Are we excited to be back? After yesterday? Yeah, we had a great day yesterday, and I hope we'll maintain the momentum today. And remember the evening, huh? Yeah. There's a great evening that follows after all this tonight. And please don't leave. That will be one of the best evenings you will have in a long time. Now, this morning we have a short official session where we have two speakers. We were meant to get the CS for lands today to give her remarks. She has sent a representative, the Housing Secretary, Mr. Kusienya, who is here. We were meant to hear from the Principal Secretary for Lands. He is represented by Sarah Maina, who is also here. So I'll not make speeches because I did yesterday, and you'll be bored if I do that. So I just want to welcome Sarah to give the remarks on behalf of the Principal Secretary under the Ministry of Lands. Let's welcome her, please.
Hamjambo. I wanted to say that I'll observe the protocol laid, but today we are not given the protocol. So allow me to recognize the CEO and the Secretary Housing and all the guests that we have in the house. as my fellow participants and say good morning. Yeah, it's really an honor to stand here and do the speech on behalf of my Principal Secretary, General Nixon Korir. Receive his apologies. He's engaged in another assignment and he's requested me to do this on his behalf. And as State Department, we are really glad to be participating in this conference for the first time. I was just reminding KMRC, next time don't leave us behind. Please be inviting us so that we can answer those issues that are raised from our State Department. And we can face each participant and answer their issues on the sideline. So, having observed the protocol, good morning. Yes. We thank the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company for invitation and for the theme of the conference, Scaling the Base. And today we speak, this morning we speak about the base itself, which is the land and the record that defines who owns the land. A great deal has been said over these 2 days about the interest rates, the loan periods, the cost of property. And today we speak about what comes before all that. The title, the instrument which the Republic declares that a home belongs to a Kenyan family, and the work the State Department does to make sure it holds. Let's begin by a picture that many people in this hall recognize, and yesterday we met actually 2 people that shared with us the experience. A young couple, saves for many years, going without until they can afford a home of their own. They sign the papers, they receive the keys, and they move in with their children. And I think we've seen the excitement of Kenyans when they move to the affordable houses. And that picture is always on my mind when the president is receiving the people into the new homes. We see the young children who are playing in the slums now playing in those fields at the affordable houses. You see the picture. What happens is that the State Department for Lands, in a land registry, must enter in the official government record the land register, their names against the register. We know the land register, most of us call it the green card, which is basically the register for the freehold property, the white card, which is the register for the leasehold property, and most recently we are now experiencing what we call a yellow card, which is the land register for the section of property. From that moment, the house becomes theirs. They can pass it through succession to their children. They can sell, and they can also borrow against it. In case of a dispute, the register will speak for them. That is why a title is the strongest assurance that the Republic can give a citizen over property. It turns a house into an asset. It allows a bank to lend and hold it as security. And it allows a family to plan across generations. So when we speak and we ask what the State Department for Lands and Fiscal Planning does, that's the answer. We keep the record that allows a Kenyan to say this place is mine and give security of tenure. 2 things must be kept faultless for a title to carry that weight. The first is the register, which records who holds every piece of land and whether anyone else has a claim over it. The second is a map that shows where the land sits and where its boundaries run. The register tells you who, the map tells you where. A bank lending to a family needs both because a loan is secured against one particular property and no other. Behind that map stands a national network that survey control points, the fixed references from which every survey in Kenya is measured. We are densifying that network and installing continuous operating reference stations, which give a surveyor an exact position anywhere within their reach, placing an all-paper map into its true position on that framework, what we now call, we name it as georeferencing. And no record can go live until it describes has been georeferenced so that the single step governs the pace of a whole country. So through the project that Byron was able to share yesterday, we saw that we are densifying the survey controls across the country. So that when you are speaking of georeferencing, the surveyors, we know survey in Kenya is privatized. The surveyors now will have the survey controls to be able to carry out the georeferencing. There's a distinction that is often missed. Scanning and digitizing are 2 different operations. Scanning produces an image which cannot be searched and made to carry a transaction. Digitizing captures every detail as data is verified, georeferenced, and matched against both map and register. So yesterday we were able to share our experience where we scan all the records and we have them available on an electronic document management system, the EDMS. And thereafter the data is extracted into the Ardhisasa platform where the various departments are now able to interact with the data and transact in the system. And also the property owner, the lenders, and other practitioners. The National Land Information Management System, the Ardhisasa, was launched in April 2021 and is now a platform through which land services are delivered. The platform integrates data sets from technical directorates within the State Department, as well as other critical government agencies such as IPRS, the Population Registration System, the Business Registration Services, and the Kenya Revenue Authority, among others. Every payment for land service is made through an RTPay, and stamp duty is assessed and paid electronically in all the 47 counties. So if I can mention just in terms of the professionals, with Ardhisasa system, we are able to link with their boards, like for example, the Surveyors Board or the Law Society of Kenya. And for an advocate to be able to transact in the platform, we are able to link with the Law Society of Kenya, register them in the platform, and we're able to look out quacks. Because we know this is one of the professions that we had many people pretending to be advocates. We've heard of many people pretending to be the surveyors. But when we are able to register them on the platform, we are able to look out pretenders and ensure that Kenyans are served by true professionals. Nairobi County was our first and now hosts more than 334,000 properties in the system. Isiolo is fully serviced. Mombasa is in advanced stages. We are done with the Mombasa Island. In Muranga, we started Muranga in 2024 and we've done partially. Marsabit, every record has been captured, and currently we are targeting Machakos, Kajiado, and Baringo counties. So this sits within a wider record. The intention is to move this Ardhisasa throughout the country. So we are starting one county, one registry at a time. No single office in Kenya delivers land service alone. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 deliberately spared the responsibility, and it works because the institutions have chosen to work together. Yesterday, as we were discussing the process of public land all the way to a private title, we were able to see how our Constitution of Kenya was able to divide responsibilities in terms of public land from the county government to the National Land Commission and to the national governments through the State Department for Lands. Our first partners are the county governments. Much of what a family needs before a house can be built sits within the county. The planning approval, the zoning, the rates, the local records. We have opened new registries alongside county administration and connected those offices so that an officer in a county town works from the same information as an officer at Ardhi House. So as a State Department of Lands, we have decentralized our services across the 47 counties. And even in a county with more records, we have more than one registry in that particular county. Like this county now, we have 3 registries, and we intend to open more even as we expand our services. Our second partner is the National Land Commission, who the Constitution charges with the mandate of managing defendant. Okay, what the Supreme Court said was that the Supreme Court described that Treasury and I dare say the Kenyans and the professionals in the land sector. Many of the affordable houses are now going up across this country, stand on the land that belongs to the public, what is defined as public land in Article 62 of the Constitution, in most cases held by the county government in trust for the people. People have wondered whether a house built on such land can really belong to a family. To answer this, the law defines the process to which public land is converted to private land. The path by which such land becomes property of a family is established in law. The Land Act provides that public lands becomes private land through allocation, and the process of a substantial transaction goes on in the county assembly because the Affordable Housing Act requires public participation with the affected communities. Once allocation is made, leases are prepared, certificate of lease issued, and relevant land register opened. And thereafter, once construction is done, a surveyor will visit the site, do georeferencing, prepare a sectional plan, paving way for the individual unit titles to be issued under the Sectional Properties Act. And just to throw to the room, that is the same process that goes from allocation of public land to an individual so that they can own a title. So I don't see what is so different from the same process being used to allocate land for affordable housing. Because if we challenge the land that is given by county government to affordable housing, we should equally challenge the land that is given to individuals. Because that is the same process provided for in law to convert public land from the county to an individual, and it's the same one we are following to convert public land from the county government to the affordable housing for the benefit of more people, not just one person. We are not taking shortcuts in this. We insist on every step being followed, and this has costed us time, so that we ensure that the family that moves to that house is ensured of security of tenure. Let me come back to speed, because that is what most people actually experience. Our system is built in parts, that is modules, each module handling one service. We can take one service, perfect it, and switch it on for the whole country without waiting for every county's records to be converted. The stamp duty module is a proof of this. We piloted last April and is now serving the whole country with 8 months of service that touches every property transaction in Kenya. So as we say, the RDSASA system is modular in nature. And what we are doing is that we keep building more modules as we move along. And this is one example, the stamp duty module, which we've been able to build in the system and actually piloted across the country, and now we are using it so that everyone who is paying for a service is able to transact in the system. And this ensures that if every Kenyan is secured. When you are making payments in respect to your parcel, you do not have to rely on another person. You actually make payments yourself. And I think yesterday we had an experience of one Kenyan who bought a home here in Naivasha and actually made the payment. To the land control board, and then family land is sold without improves, let your customers feel it in what you charge them. And I think this is a discussion we had with Law Society of Kenya for a very long time. You remember when we started Ardhisasa, we had the push and pull until we reach an agreement. And that it has really improved land transactions in Nairobi, and we hope we are going to move that further down to the counties. To our developers, bring the surveyors in while the building is still being drawn. The plan that divides a block into individual homes is a survey document. It is far easier to get right on paper than on completed building with families already inside. Secretary Housing is here. What we are grappling now, we have situation where buildings have been completed, the surveyors have gone to georeference, and when the developer asks for the building plan and the architectural plans, which are important in approval of the sectional plan, in completion of the sectional plan, now many tunaanza kwenda around in circles. We cannot trace those documents. And the Sectional Properties Act, together with the Affordable Housing Act, has provided for the unit title to be issued under Sectional Properties Act. And to do that, we must georeference the unit. To georeference the unit, we need those architectural designs and the building plans. So let's get right from the word go. I know we are coming from a history of long-term leases, which many developers liked, because there was no science behind it. You'll just sit on your desk and say, my building is going to 4 floors. There's floor number 1, house number 1, 2, up to 5, and then we go floor number 2 like that. But now there is a science, the survey of identifying each sectional unit. So we must get right from the word go. As you have your fundis and your architect on the ground, let's also ensure that we have the surveyor on the ground so that we get it right. To our county government, the matters that sits with you is the planning approval, the rates clearances, the valuation role, and often decide whether a family waits weeks or months. So the county governments actually benefits when we issue titles under sectional property, same to the national government. Under long-term leases, land rent or rates will be paid for only one parcel. But when we go sectional, each unit owner will pay rates. So it is important for us to ensure that we actually approve these plans so that we are able to issue the sectional units. Most of the delays in affordable housing titles is at the approval stage at the county level. So I challenge our colleagues from the county government. Let's work together to ensure that we have these unit titles so that more Kenyans can own those homes, and then you can have more rates payments in your valuation rolls. And to our development partners, the work that most in need of steady support in the work is the work nobody photographs, the survey control points, the handling of fragile records, the archives, the training of our officers. That is what we will decide whether this register can still be trusted for generation from now. And I thank this forum because we were able to meet development partners who are willing to partner with us to see the work in digitization moved even to more counties. So to all of us, let's work together with the State of Department for Lands, the lawyers. When you call us and we say the records are missing, you're actually at the center of reconstruction of those records so that you can reconstruct those records, scan them, and make them available on the platform. So each one of us has a role to play. And if I can ask in the room, how many of us are registered on Ardhisasa? Just by show of hands. Oh, thank you. See, are you registered? That's really important. So I challenge all of us, let's register, let's interact with the system so that we can actually be able to pinpoint where the system goes wrong. And you know the beauty about it, if you come from Uasin Gishu, like someone I know in this room, and maybe you send someone from home to go do a search, they'll probably tell you the registry has asked for 5,000. And you tell them, I'm ready to pay, can you send me the reference? You realize that search is costing you only 1,000 shillings. When you send someone to go do a transaction in Homa Bay to pay for you for the land control board, they can tell you it's 20,000. But when you challenge them, send me the reference, I pay, you realize the transaction is costing you 3,000. So apart from working on the system in Nairobi, that system helps you actually across the country because you can make payment for yourself. So I challenge all of us, let's interact with the system. If you are not registered, our agents are just out there. I'll be joining them shortly. Come to the booth. Let's interact. Let's register you. So allow me to end here and challenge everyone to help us in this journey towards many Kenyans to own the affordable housing units by playing our part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. We may want to appreciate Sarah a little more. So remember, her message is not primarily the wives for hire, okay? Remember more important things like the color-coded registration cards, like the yellow card, the green card, and the rest, the white. So moving on, I would like to invite, and just when you look at the program, there was meant to be a treasury session, National Treasury that is. We will not have that session. So the last speaker will actually be the representative of the Minister for Lands and Physical Planning, Urban Development, and all that, which is the Housing Secretary, Mr. Kusienya. Over to you, Mr. Kusienya.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm QS Kusienya. I'm here on behalf of CS Madam Alice Wahome, the Minister for the CS for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. I bring you her warm greetings and apologies. She was unable to join us today because of some other prior planned engagements. However, she requested me to come and read her statement, which I hereby do. Protocol observed. The Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, Mr. Johnston Olteita, development partners, captains of industry from the banking, construction, insurance, and real estate sectors. Thank you, KMRC, for putting this conference together and for the invitation. The theme we have chosen, scaling the base, unlocking inclusive and sustainable housing solutions, speaks directly to the work we are doing and the work that still lies ahead of us. We all know the right to adequate housing is written in our Constitution. Article 43 is clear. The real test, however, is not the words on paper. It is whether ordinary Kenyan families can actually move into decent homes that they can afford. This is what the affordable housing program is all about. We now have a strong legal foundation than we did a few years ago. The Affordable Housing Act 2024 and the regulations that followed in 2025 have given us clarity because they set out who is eligible, how offtake works, and how savings are handled, and also how allocation is done. Boma Yangu is the platform that brings all finance was passed on to the buyers. Of youth, women, and people with physical disabilities. The numbers show progress. From September 2022 to now, more than 273,000 units of affordable housing, institutional housing, and student housing in the form of hostels are either completed or under construction. Of these, 8,807 units have already been handed over. You will find them in places like Buxton. I can see the developer of Buxton here. Nakuru Bondeni, Mukuru, Homa Bay, Kakamega, Elbagon, Machakos, Mgwen, and Vihiga. Alongside the housing, 354 markets are under construction. They are not just buildings, they are spaces where traders can work with dignity. Boma Yangu continues to grow. More than 1.26 million Kenyans have registered. They have saved over 5.2 billion shillings towards their deposits. Allocation is done through the system, not through discretion. This matters for fairness. Beyond the houses themselves, the program is creating work. An independent assessment early this year put the figure at over 640,000 direct and indirect jobs having been created. On many sites, nearly half of the workers come from the host county. Young people under the age of 35 make up the majority of the workforce. Most of the materials are sourced locally. We have set aside about Kenya shillings 11 billion specifically for local contractors, MSMEs, and the Juakali associations. Over 1,000 artisans have been certified through recognition of prior learning, and over 5,600 graduate interns have been placed in the program. These are not side benefits, they are part of the design. We have also been clear that a house alone is not enough. Every project is planned as a place where people live properly, with schools, health facilities, markets, and open spaces, either inside the development or close nearby. Security is built in from the beginning: lighting, fencing, CCTV surveillance cameras, and where necessary, space for police posts. Access roads of up to 2 kilometers are funded under the projects. Longer connections are coordinated with the relevant road authorities. Informal settlements and climate resilience remains part of the conversation. Through KISIP 2, we continue to work on tenure regularization, basic infrastructure, and community support. KISIP 2 is the Kenya Informal Settlements Improvement Project. This is phase 2 of the slum upgrading project funded by the World Bank. The Nairobi Rivers Commission is clearing river corridors, moving people out of flood-prone areas and opening up space for planned housing. These efforts take time, but they are necessary if we are serious about sustainable urban growth. None of this happens in isolation. KMRC plays a central role in making longer-term, more affordable mortgage finance available through the banks and other lenders. We want that partnership to deepen. Will continue strengthening Boma Yangu. Local content and youth employment will stay non-negotiable. Social infrastructure, security, and climate considerations will remain part of our project. We will still keep working with counties, development partners, and the private sector, as well as the communities. This conference is about scaling the base. That means reaching lower income households, informal workers, young people, and women. It means finding better ways to finance housing, reduce risk for investors, and build places people actually want to live in. It means turning policy into homes and homes into ownership. I thank KMRC and everyone who has made this gathering possible. I hope the discussions that are taking place will produce practical ideas that we can take forward together. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much, Housing Secretary, for that address. And thank you, Sarah. And I'd like to give us an opportunity to ask questions. We have our policymakers here. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to ask questions. And if possible, I think it would be good, Housing Secretary, you could probably join us here on stage together with Sarah as well, just on the seats here, so that we can give our delegates. I know there'll be questions you can answer. Oh, it's okay. Okay. It's okay. Okay, just 2-3 questions, and then we'll be able to proceed thereafter. I can see Peter Mugeni already has a question.
My name is Peter Mogeni, Managing Director, HFCB. I have one question, and it covers both what Sarah was talking about as well as the Housing Secretary. First, I'm very pleased to see that that process that you are outlining around allocation from county government land into now the Affordable Housing Board and subsequently transfer of those titles or sectional titles. And yesterday, PS challenged us around the 48,000 units that are coming up between now and December. I don't know to what extent there has been coordination between the State Department for Urban Housing and Development and the State Department for Lands, so that by the time these units are getting complete, this process that you have defined, which is well defined in law now, and the process is also well defined, we'll have the sectional titles actually out. Because for us as financiers, therein lies the opportunity. But even Johnson Oltetia will tell you that for KMRC to refinance that portfolio, you have to have collateral already perfected. So looking forward to seeing whether we can bridge that gap. Thank you.
We'll take the 3 questions and then close it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mine is a question for the Housing Secretary. First of all, on Boma Yangu, there's a lot of misinformation, or should I say disinformation, that is going around, especially in terms of the stability of Boma Yangu, so for the affordable housing. My question relates to, should I say the rumors or the misinformation regarding a lot of withdrawal that is currently happening. How stable is it still? How, in terms of, I know that housing and construction requires, it's very capital intensive. So when you're having information going around the public that a lot of people are going about withdrawing a lot of money, so how do you plan on sustaining the development of housing? My second question is about allocation of the housing. Is there a biased allocation? Is it fair, or what is the procedure, or what is the methodology that you use in the allocation of the housing? And lastly, on the political, because the program came about, or should I say they are intertwined with the political temperatures currently. So how stable is it going forward with the, you might or might not get a new regime coming into play. So if somebody is looking into the long-term aspect of owning a home, is it just to the extent where this political regime is currently in play, will it be viable to the next, or will it die once the, the vision of the political bearer dies? Thank you.
And the final one?
Thank you. My name is Eric. I'm a physical planner working with the county government. Mine may not be really a question, or it is perhaps a recommendation to the Land Secretary. In terms of building approval, we don't have a problem because land has already been given. I think it's an administrative issue. We can just liaise, like the manager of HFC has said. For example, a contract has been given to a contractor. We just see the contractor liaising with county commissioner's office, and the building is going on. We have no problem. We are ready to approve, but I think let them just bring. And then to the Housing Secretary, as you design the project, housing, maybe consider before you say you are putting these units in this particular area, consider the utilities. There is a site, contract has been given, housing units has been developed, but there is a problem now where to put garbage collection. Then there is another site, contract has been given, 600 units, but that town or a particular area completely does not have a sewer. So I think it's something you can consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those questions. We'll just indulge our panelists. I know political questions, you may need to take a break from them because our panelists are technocrats. They are not politicians. So I think you can answer what you can, and you can proceed. We can start with Sarah.
Thank you very much. Let me start with Eric. Thank you, Eric, for your guidance, and I think I'll be seeing you on the sidelines, because as we speak, yesterday I was grappling with building plans for Bomet, Wajir, Embu, Uasin Gishu, and Nandi. We have everything except the building plans. And the regional managers from Kusiana State Department are telling me we are waiting for approval in the county. So I'm glad we have one physical planner in the house who is willing to work with the journey with us. And I know you have your own network. You can help me get those approvals as fast as we can, then we can finalize the sectional plans. Because they are at the center of approval of the sectional plans, then the subsequent sectional units. To say that actually in those areas, the mother titles are ready. The survey georeferencing is done. But just that one small thing is holding us from getting the sectional units and reaching the 48,000 titles that we were discussing yesterday. Then on the allocation process, actually indeed we are working together. The State Department for Lands, the State Department for Housing, the Affordable Housing Board, and even the county government through the umbrella body, it's called what, governance? COG, yes. We actually had a sitting together, we looked at the law, and we came up with the process of converting this land from public land all the way to the private land. And we were able to look at the provisions in the Constitution, the provisions in the law, and the regulations, and we mapped out and documented. If the land is in the hands of the national government, for example, a parastatal, what is required to move that land, for example, from KBC all the way to the Affordable Housing Board. And we looked at the provision. This is a body corporate. They have a board. They have to sit, have a resolution. It is approved. And then we get approval from the National Land Commission, because the commission actually is managing both public land, which is in the national government, and the county government. And then if land needs to be subdivided, we'll need consent of the county government, prepare the title, and then transfer it to the housing board. And then we look at the land which is in the hand of county government. We looked at the approvals that are required, and we documented it. And then we went to the lands that is in private hands. How do we move it from private hands all the way to Affordable Housing Board and the subsequent private individuals? So I dare say, yes, we are working closely together. And as you can see, I can actually speak to individual projects that the Housing Board is doing and what we are doing with them to ensure that we get the titles on time. And apart from that, now we are bringing in the private sector, because there are many sites that are going on. So Affordable Housing Board has gotten consultants, the surveyors and the planners to do this work for them. But as the State Department for Lands, we are also at the table to guide those private sector individuals to ensure that they are following the roadmap that we set out to ensure that we get proper sectional unit titles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Mugure, for your question regarding the issue of our target of delivering about 45,000 houses by the close of this year. Besides that, we have a target of doing another 15,000 on top of that to bring it to 60,000 by mid next year. So far, we have completed 8,800 units, which have been handed over, including the towns, rather the counties and the estates that I mentioned. As our strategy for achieving the 45,000 houses by the close of this financial year, we have categorized the stages of completion of the various housing estates. We have those that are between 80 and 100,000 as one category. We have those that are between 60 and 80 as a second category. Then you have those that are between 50% completion level and 60%. So those are the ones we are prioritizing in terms of their funding that we are getting. We are going to focus more on those ones to be able to achieve the target. We have a task force comprising officials from the State Department of Housing as well as from lands, where the land secretary comes from, who are working on the issue of fast tracking the titling process. So that is on course. The next question, if I can handle, on the Boma Yangu stability and the rumors going around. Boma Yangu is a marketplace for buyers and sellers. So far, we have 1.2 million Kenyans who have expressed interest through registration on that platform. We have savings that I mentioned of about 5.4 billion shillings. Out of the 5.4 billion shillings, there was about 1.7 billion that was transferred from the mortgage account, sorry, from the deposit account, savings account, into the mortgage account, basically transiting from savings into actual purchases as deposit or outright purchase. And then there was only a withdrawal of about 800 million out of the 5.4. So to me, if you had to ask me, that's an indication of strong demand and a very stable platform and a strong interest from Kenyans. In terms of sources of financing, we know we have a budgetary constraint. We have only about 118 billion shillings this year. If you are to look at the Kenya's national budget, is about 4.8 trillion. Out of the 4.8 trillion, about 10% is for development expenditure for both national and county government. That comes to about 480 billion. Out of the 480 billion, housing is taking 138 billion. What percent is that? It's over 1/3 vested in the affordable housing program. So there's a lot expected of us because a lot has been given to us, and we try as much as possible to utilize those resources for the objectives for which they are meant. However, it's not enough. We require much more than that because of the objectives that I just mentioned. And we also hope to raise financing from the sale of these houses, okay, and the mortgages that we'll get from them, and be able to do further investments. We are no longer parking our money in treasury bills and treasury bonds. All that has been exhausted, okay? And then on the allocation procedure, it is automated. There is no discretion. So the issue of malpractices in terms of favorism does not arise because they have an algorithm that does the allocation based on the information that has been fed in the system, your biodata, how much you earn, your ID is there, all your details. So it has been configured to be able to do the allocation without bias. And then I wanted to just to assure there's somebody who was expressing concern that this could be a political project which might end with the current administration. I want to assure you that this program is anchored not just in the Constitution in terms of Article 43B about every Kenyan accessing housing, but also the Housing Act 2024, which has the legal framework that governs this program. So that fear is unfounded in my view. The program will continue, and any responsible government that may come will obviously proceed the same program because of the positive aspects in terms of benefits to the citizenry. And then in terms of design, I know because of the political pressure that we had in terms of delivery, Kenyans were expecting so much. We went ahead and did houses where there was no physical infrastructure in terms of the utilities that have been mentioned. However, you can do it either way. You can actually start first by doing the infrastructure, and then the houses will follow. If you recall from the Konza experience, the Konza Techno-City, they started the infrastructure. And for a very, very long time, there was no investment in housing. It's only now that we are going to do the housing there, okay, that now it now makes sense. And we also believe that you could also start with the housing, creating demand, and then the other agencies like the Kura and Kera, the water companies, and other service providers like Kenya Power, since you have a demand there, they can be able to direct the investments in that direction. But I do take the comments positively. Going forward, we shall do integrated planning to ensure that we have sustainable implementation of the housing program, complete with the utilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Housing Secretary. Thank you so much, Advocate Sarah, for taking us through this. I'd like to welcome J.O. to take our photo with them. And then we shall go to, we think it is a bit early to go for tea break. So we'll have one, you've just arrived. So we'll have one more session, then we'll go for tea break.
We would like to welcome Mr. Simon Gaitho, who is the Senior Manager. Mr. Gaitho will take us through reading the market. What Kenya Residential Property Price Index tells us about affordability and delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Simon Gaitho.
Over 40,000 housing units will be put in the market. Do the numbers say about this market? Yeah. So first, in my presentation, I will talk about KNBS. I'll also talk about another sister survey that we do, which has to do with the construction, before coming to this residential properties price index. And then we see how the market is reading. So next slide, please. So KNBS, our motto is keeping you informed, keeping the public informed in terms of, you know, you are aware that we do population censuses every 10 years, but we also collect a lot of data in between the censuses for purposes of now informing socio-economic aspects. And why we do this, our mandate comes from the Constitution of Kenya, as well as the Act of Parliament, Cap 112 of the Rules of Kenya, where KNBS is mandated to collect data, to analyze, to disseminate. And that's why when you visit our website, you see a lot of reports about censuses and surveys that we've done. Next slide, please. Why we do this is to inform the national and county government planning, economic policy formulation, monitoring of variations of initiatives like the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We also report on some international indicators in the SDG, some indicators under the African Union Agenda 2063. And then we also, you know, our reports are supposed to be used even by investors and the private sector to make some decisions. Next slide, please. And why housing statistic? I think this is a question that has been answered since yesterday because of the importance of housing. But then, much as we agree that the housing is important, then we need reliable statistics to monitor the progress in this sector. Next slide, please. So now, I'm coming specifically now to this, we are calling construction cost. Construction input price index. You know, in the economy, we have people who are constructing houses. And we also have people who are trading in properties. So we have two separate indices. One separate index is about construction. So that in this we look at the materials, the labor, you know, and the other aspects that go to construction cost. But you see, you can construct a house for your own occupation, not for selling. But now the real estate agents, their business is to trade in properties. So we've separated those two indices. Yeah, and in this slide, the discussion here is about construction costs. How have these been behaving? So you look at this number 126.36, that is the construction cost index. The base is 2019, so that this index was 100 in 2019. And as of February, as of today, it is 126. That means, shows that construction costs have been going up. And even these percentage changes that you can see there, comparing a quarter with the other one and the year with another one, you see they are all positive. That means generally the cost of construction is going up. So let's go to the next slide so that you see. Now, when you look at the materials, you see all of them. We have the steel and reinforced bars, sand, caps. All these bars are showing different materials. And you see the percentage change is an increase. This confirms that generally the price of materials have been going up. Next slide. Then the other aspect is labor. Again, you can see all these percentage changes are positive. That is comparing one period and the previous period, it is an increase. Meaning the cost of labor has again been going up. Then, the next slide. So now, that is the situation in terms of those who are doing construction, that they are faced with a more, higher cost of materials, higher labor costs, and even some other aspects, which I did not put here in the slide because of time. So now, I think this is the background, this is how now this Kenya affordable housing agenda came in. Because on one hand, the constitution says is a right of individuals to, to be in decent houses. On the other hand, you've seen now the cost is going up. I think there has to be some intervention. And that's how this affordable housing agenda came in. And I don't want to repeat this because you have heard a lot about this. Maybe I want us to move to the next slide so that we can see now, moving to beyond now construction, when we look at the trade in properties, residential properties particularly, we monitor this using this residential property price index. And like the construction index, this one has a base, and the base is 2022. Meaning in 2022, the index was set to 100. But today, it has gone up, and we will see how it has gone up. So, this RPPI is a new product actually in KNBS. The report was launched in May last year. And why you took a lot of time to do this is because of the requirement, because residential properties, unlike now the other indices we compile, there is no property which looks like the other. So you have to use a different method, and in this case, use what is called the hedonic regression model. And being a new method, we have to do a lot of consultations, including engaging the IMF experts, so that we look at the data that we are using, the way we are doing the analysis, and now the product that is coming in. So, but now we are confident that we have an index that has good coverage. We distinguish these houses into two. There's the standalone house. You can buy a house and a plot. That is, we are calling house. Or you can buy an apartment. So for the apartment, there is no cost of land. But for the house, because you have bought the house together with the plot, the cost of land is included. And these two, the distinction between these two these two types of houses, we've seen a lot of difference in terms of the cost. And let's move to the next slide so that we can begin seeing. This index we do so that it can be used by the government for policy making. The central bank is also interested because of this thing we are calling financial stability monitoring. We've seen since yesterday that people use properties as collateral. So whatever happens to the value of those properties has a bearing in terms of the credit that is advanced to them. And that's why the central bank is very important, is very, interested in this in terms of financial stability. Then you also financial institutions and the investors, they are all interested in this. And actually, we have been holding these people, we are keeping them waiting for a long time because we've never had this product. But now, once we have done it, and the report, somebody can get it at the website. Even today, I've requested the Secretariat to share with all of us on email, because we did a report for last year, and then because this is a quarterly survey, every quarter we should be making a report. So let's move to the next slide. And the way we compile this index, as I said, we have to use a international best practice, because somebody can do an index using any a method which is not not good, and then the index ends up misinforming. But in our case, we always strive to use international best practices, and that's why I said for us to roll out this for use by the public, we had to invite credible institution, that is the IMF. They sent experts. We work with them so that we look at all aspects of this index. So we are monitoring the characteristics of the properties in terms of location, size, bedroom, dwelling type. These are the price determining characteristics of every property. Next slide, please. So when you look at these bar graphs, you can see the overall residential property index has been going up. When I say overall, it means an aggregate index which has got apartments and standalone houses combined. It has been going up. And whether you look at it from quarter on quarter basis or year on year basis, the trend is up. But now this is where the story begins. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. So although that overall index is going up, we got some interesting finding. Because the cost of houses, that is the standalone houses, housed together with the plot, is that upper line there, has been going up. It has been increasing. But then, in fact, if I had to use a better scale here, you see the cost of apartments is going down. So this is something that we have to have several discussions, even with those experts from IMF, so that we try to understand. Yeah, because we are having two types. The apartments, the price is going down, but the houses, the price is going up. And I think the first indication of why this could be happening, we got it when we called the stakeholders to discuss with them what we found. And there's somebody who indicated that why these apartments, the price is going down, there's an invisible hand somewhere. Mind you, when we are collecting this data, we never even use this affordable housing in there. We use the other properties in the market. So now you see the cost of these other properties is going down. So it could be because of this availability of affordable houses in the market. Although we are also not ruling out maybe other factors. But this is how the market is. Yeah. So now let's move to the next slide. When we look at now these indices for the apartments and houses separately, you see the column that has apartments, the increases are negative. That means supporting the fall in the prices. But for the houses, except maybe 1 quarter, it has all been positive. So it's like, because of these houses bearing the component of rand, that's why the price is going up. So one can conclude that what is actually going up is the cost of rand, but the cost of the apartment is coming down. And I think once these units are put in the market, we could see maybe some other price falls. So this finding is showing that this government intervention is bearing fruit in terms of reducing the cost of apartments. Next slide. So now, I said that this is the first time we are doing this kind of index. And what are we doing so that we can strengthen this? We are targeting to do regular data correction so that we can be able to produce quarterly reports. We also want to improve coverage, market coverage, although we realize that where these properties are traded most of them are in Nairobi. We have a few in Mombasa, but now the Nairobi and the cosmopolitan Nairobi is where you have these transactions going on. So most of our coverage is targeting Nairobi, but with time we also want to expand so that we can even cover those few transactions which are happening outside Nairobi. Then also the issue of quality, quality assurance, and also using modern statistical methodologies. So we are saying that the future development include, one, expanding that coverage, as I said, so that you can cover even outside Nairobi. Transaction-based price indices. Ideally, we are supposed to use transaction prices. You know, there are two prices here. There's the asking price, which you find in the advertisements. But then, at the point of negotiating that price between the seller and buyer, there is always some bargaining and maybe some final transaction price. But then there's a challenge in getting that transaction price. And what countries are doing the world over is to use this asking price as a proxy for the transaction price. But we're exploring ways and means so that in the future we can get more of these transaction-based prices. Right now, our coverage is about 80 real estate agents, which we cover every quarter, so that they tell us, you know, the cost of the transactions they have done within the quarter. But we still need to do coverage, to improve on the coverage, so that we can get more of this data. Then the issue of quality adjustment for residential properties and improved integration with admin data. I think this is also very important, because like now we've heard a lot about RANs. We may want to have maybe the prices of RAND, so that we can inbuild them into this surveillance. But as I said, we have already started from somewhere, but there is room for improvement. Next slide, please. So, coming to this, because the topic was reading the market, what residential property price index show about housing. We've seen that there's a clear distinction between the cost of these apartments and the houses, and this is, so we are seeing overall there's some price increase, although it is moderate. And you see this overall is a combination of the cost of apartments and the standalone houses. Then we have seen the standalone houses, the cost increasing over time. But then the interesting finding of the apartment prices are softening, or they are going down. So in short, that is how the market is at the moment. A market where cost of constructions are going up because of materials and labor, But at the same time, when we look at the trade in these residential properties, the standalone houses prices are going up, but now the apartments, the prices are coming down. I think going forward, once these affordable housing now, a lot of them are pumped in the market, we may find even this cost of rent coming down. But as KNBS, we report on actual, what we get, so that if prices go up, that's what we tell you. If they come down, that's what we tell you. So I believe I've done my assignment. Thank you.
For a couple of questions, you can have a seat. So, yeah, so there's a couple of questions in the room. We'll start with Mr. Habib and then go at the back.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations. This is amazing. We've been looking forward to this kind of information, not just in Kenya, but across the continent. As Shelter Africa Development Bank, you know, our interest in getting data like this is just irreplaceable. So really, congrats. Well done. I think it's a great base. Now, you know, in terms of your future developments, and you mentioned some of the things that you're working on, I think it would be interesting to look at it also from investors, from the investor's standpoint, right? You know, when somebody is invested, because right now you're showing in terms of affordability and all that, which is great. From a government policy standpoint, it informs policies and all that, but also informing investors' decision-making in investing in the space, right? So some of the things that will be critical, especially in the objective of developing capital markets, right? You know, because we're talking about securitization later on, and even bond issuances, etc. Things like statistics, like the ones that are always used by Bloomberg. When you open Bloomberg in the morning in New York or London, Paris, you know, some of the news you hear, it's about the statistics on housing starts, right? So you can get that through the construction permit. So the collaboration between your department and also the Ministry of Lands and Housing will be key there. So construction permits will help you have the statistics on housing starts, the number of housing, the homes that are starting, right? It tells you how the sector is actually aggressive or not. The second thing is the number of housing stocks that exist at a particular moment, right? A particular month by month, how that housing stocks is evolving. Is it increasing, decreasing, etc., and the rate of increase. And the other thing is the new homes that are brought to the market on a monthly, quarterly basis. That also tells you, right, the homes that are finished at a particular time, right? And then the number of sales of new homes. It tells you the energy in the market, right? In terms of sales, the speed of sales, etc. And finally, another stat is the sales of existing homes, right? There you look at, you know, the secondary market, because we also need to develop the secondary market after first sales. So just to mention some of the examples, and we'll be very happy to work with the Department of Statistics as Shelter Africa to really see how we can, you know, share best practices from other markets, because it's working well in many other markets, and it helps drive the growth and investment in the sector. So congratulations. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Our presenter from KNBS, and as my senior from Shelter Africa has just alluded, statistics and data is what will take us as financials to the next level, objectively. My question, just to get a clarification, is from the trends which you have presented to us here. I was keen to look at the aspect of collateralization because of the sessional titles which had been mentioned earlier from Yeah, from the housing and lands team. And I was just looking at when we're talking about the agenda of the financiers as partners who needs to ensure that the off-takers have off-taken. I'm looking at the risk versus the returns and the future value of the financing, such that if I've financed now and the trend is going downward, and I've been told the collateral is the sectional title, later if there is some struggle, I don't know whether I will be able to recover, because it means the demand might be high or nobody is the demand might be low or nobody is interested of taking such kind of flat, because
this kind of a survey. Thank you. I said, this is the way things are. And once we give these indicators, they are supposed to inform policy decisions. And one key policy maker in terms of these, the issues you raised about the collateral and so on, is the Central Bank of Kenya. And let me say that this CBK has been pushing us for the last like 5 years to come up with this product. And in fact, we had to work. Yeah, that's why we had to. And the good thing is that they have manuals that guide the countries on how to do this work. And they also have experts. So the experts have been working with us. I remember even like two sessions you have had with them here in this hotel, so that we look at all these, the methodology, the sources of data, how to treat that data once you receive it, and to solve this one issue of what I say that if you don't have the transaction prices, what do you do? So together with them, we came up with this now, the asking prices. So that once you make the product, because an index is like a speedometer, it's showing you the speed at which prices are increasing or decreasing. So then the next thing, at the desk of the policymaker, what are they supposed to do? So I believe over time, the Central Bank of Kenya is going to give guidance, because they're in this, we are working with them together. In cases where maybe the properties, maybe the cost drops so much, although right now we have not seen, there's a drop, but it's not, we cannot say, it's not like what you call the hyperinflation. Yeah? So I think this is just the beginning. Work needs to be done so that we see, there can be clear guidance from those who are supposed to regulate that sector. Then the other question was about the other surveys. I talked about the index because of time, but we've done the housing survey in around 2015. Prior to that, in every census, there are always some questions on housing, and every time after the census, there's always an analytical report on the housing in the country. Yeah, so that in the census we look for what is the cost, what is the roof material, what is the floor material, what is the wall material, and the number of rooms and so on. So these are compiled in terms of analytical reports of the census. Then the 2015 housing survey, And recently, we also did another housing survey. But the issue I've been raising has been actually, it's a question that keeps coming. Because the quoting of 200,000 houses it has been quoted in several reports. But we need to refer to those housing surveys so that we can even get aspects of not just now the owner-occupier houses, but also the issue of the renting. Yeah, because the surveys cover the renting as well as the owner-occupiers. And there are so many details that are captured in that survey, including the tenure of the land on which the houses are sitting and so on. So I don't know whether I've answered that question, because you can get those reports from our website, the housing surveys, and also those analytical reports from the census. Thank you.
Let's take two more, and then we can end the session. So,
hello, thank you. My name is Hilary Majale from Cooperative Bank of Kenya, and mine is just to drive the affordable housing agenda. From the report you have presented, the cost of construction in terms of indices has been growing gradually, and you say it currently is about 126% from the base of 2019, and the major factor was the cost of petroleum products, but I'm sure at the same time the other products, the other component, also cement and all that, has also been going up. So I was doing some little class 1 mathematics. For example, the cost of constructing a house in 2019 of 5 million, currently you will construct one at 6.3. So that is an additional cost of about 1.3. Probably there could be issues that are leading to the rise of the cost. Is it the demand that is being brought up by the demand of the materials that is being brought up by the affordable housing? And then also, just to drive the same point home, the government is more focused in terms of the projects that they are doing, the affordable housing. But remember, even the private sector is even doing much more than the government. For example, you have so far quoted that the government has delivered to the owners about 8,800 units. I was looking at KMRC, that was the close of last year. They had refinanced about 5,148 units. I'm sure as of today, the numbers should be above the 8,800 units that the government has delivered. So this means that, and whatever KMRC has financed is definitely not from the government affordable housing because of the security issue. So which means the private sector is even doing more than whatever the government is focused on. But the main agenda is a Kenyan to own a home. So probably just to drive the agenda that the government should try its best to also focus on reducing the cost of construction, so that those ones who are doing it on their private level can also enjoy the product. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Josiah from the Kenya Monetary Finance Company. And I think to appreciate the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics for this tool that the market has been waiting for too long. And as earlier indicated, I think it's really a very important tool insofar as tracking affordability. And my question is, you've presented two trends. One, affordability, particularly in the certain segments of the market, is improving, and particularly on apartments. But the cost of construction is also increasing. And I've had the advantage of reading the report. So perhaps you may want to also tell us what the fundamental drivers have been, particularly on the market correction that we are seeing. And I know a point has been raised about affordability is increasing, but the collateral value, on the other hand, which is a key indicator for the banks and circles in the room, is on a decline. Yet they have to make decisions on that. So maybe you could speak to the disconnect between the increase in cost of construction and affordability. Two is you've made an observation that in future the Bureau would be considering transaction-based data, as well as increasing the geographical coverage. I know the Q1 and Q2 report predominantly focuses on Nairobi and a few other regions, and perhaps as you improve the content and the perspectives in the report, I know the banks and the circles are doing the transaction-based and have the information on the mortgages that are being facilitated, and that would widen the breadth and depth of the report and gives perspectives that investors and market practitioners are looking for. Thank you.
So thank you very much for those questions. Starting with the question on this construction index. One, I'm happy because of the way you interpret it. Because when we say an index has moved from 100 to 126, it means roughly the construction of cost of 5 million is now around 6.3 million. Yeah. Then you also observe that okay, I'm the one who observed that the cost of apartments has been going down, which is a good thing. But now the challenge is, what does the country have to do in terms of now, taming these costs of materials, labor, so that also the private persons can also have a relief. And I think, we always say that information is power. The first thing, even when you go to hospital, you start with a diagnosis. Unatumwa lab. In the lab, they say you have malaria. Then once the problem is known, the next thing is the cure. So I think this is food for thought. I know yesterday the PS gave an assignment, but okay, I don't have the capacity to give assignments because, yeah. But this is something we need to think through as a country, so that how do we tame? And now the contributors to this cost of construction. From our survey, we have established that materials account for about 51% of the cost of construction. And you've seen the cost of cement. Cement is a key part of the materials. The cost of timber, the cost of, all the stones and, all this. We've been going to hardwares and we see what, we always get higher costs. So this is something that all policymakers, everybody, we need to think through so that you can get a solution. But as KNBS, because we are monitoring this thing on a regular basis, every quarter we are sending research assistance to the hardwares, to all these sources of these materials to get the prices. If maybe we get some interventions and the prices come down, that's why we are going to report. But so far, we are just reporting an increase because that's how things are. And then also, we also talked about transport. I think over the last period, a few quarters, we've seen now the transport cost also, impacting on this cost of construction. Yeah, because, these materials are delivered to the sites by the lorries, and the lorries are using diesel. And now here is the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, yeah? And you know what is happening. So whenever there is an issue with the international cost of this oil, it has a bearing with what you are doing in the country, including construction. And that's why we are saying that because of that surge in the construction, of, the delivery of these materials, for the last quarter, I think we saw some increase in the index. Yeah. Then the other one was, okay, you asked about the fundamental drivers of this, and this actually what I'm saying, that a key driver of this construction cost is the cost of materials. But then you also have the labor costs. Yeah, the cost of fundi. Yeah? And you know why it is not easy to just say that the cost of labor is going to come down, because these skilled and unskilled labor, they also need to survive. So you can't say that you are paying a fundi maybe 1,000 shillings per day, then tomorrow you say it is 500. This person will not be able to meet the basic needs. So actually, when you see now the overall inflation increasing, that means all workers, including those who are in construction, they are affected. And this is actually what drives the labor costs up. So again here, there is need for some intervention. And it is not easy. Yeah? Just like the PS said, some of these problems, there is no easy solution, but now, there is always a starting point. Yes. So I don't know. And the bank, the SACCOs and bank, I know we are aware that even before we started this, there was an index that was being done by Kenya Bankers Association using that data that is from mortgage transactions. But then you see, because you want to see the overall picture, the acquisition of these houses is partly through mortgages and partly through other means. So you want an index that is, have all these. But, in index comparison, we always talk of the overall and the sub-indices. Yeah. So the next thing is now, how do we relate now this mortgage, in the index with this overall cost index? Yeah. And you see, every research, I think it generates, room for other research to be done. Yeah. Yes. So we expect now, because if you have started on this, maybe some other research will be done even by the academia. Yeah. So that some of these questions can be answered. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let us appreciate Mr. Simon. Those are very good numbers. All right. So to appreciate him, we'll call upon Teresia Wanjiko to come and gift him. Just stage. And while he's being gifted, there is a QR code for the research that was done, the reports from KNBS. Please feel free to scan it, and you can look at the report at your own time. All right, let us appreciate Mr. Simon. Thank you so much, Mr. Simon. We now understand that information is gold, and it assists us make a lot of decisions, policy decisions, investment decisions, and affordable housing solutions or decisions as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've earned our tea break. Our tea will be served at the exhibition center. Feel free to also walk around and see what is in store for us from the exhibitors. And we should be back after 20 minutes. That is at 11:45 for the next presentation. The next presentation is very exciting, all the way from Japan. So please welcome back. Be seated on time. so that we can have that continue with the discussions of day 2.
And for any information about KMRC and how we are supporting the market, please just go to our exhibition booth and you'll be given all the information that you need.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely tea break.
Your notes are never just money. They are the late nights and early mornings, the dreams you carry across oceans. And when they reach home, they arrive as more than numbers. They arrive as accounts that keep families connected. Wherever life takes you, your notes remain rooted at home. For 129 years, KCB has carried your trust. Your notes are not just money. They are love made visible. KCB Diaspora Banking. Bank like you never left.
My name is Johnson Oltetia, CEO of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. I warmly welcome you to the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference under the theme Scaling the Base, Unlocking Inclusive and Sustainable Housing Solutions.
We are building on the successes of the 2025 conference, which we held in Kisumu last year, where over 250 delegates attended from within the country and outside the country. This year's conference, we are looking forward to even having a bigger audience of over 250 people.
This year's theme challenges us to address the barriers that inhibit affordable housing provision in Kenya and develop solutions that can enable more people to get homes. We must go beyond formal and get down to the base of the pyramid where the housing need is greatest.
When you look at a majority of Kenyans, 85% are actually in the informal sector. And this represents the majority of Kenyans whom we target to access housing finance affordably. This year's Kenya Affordable Housing Conference is about driving affordability and inclusivity in home ownership. We have already been doing that through distributing the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company product, which ensures that Kenyans are able to access home ownership at affordable rates.
Some of the topics that we'll be tackling at the conference include affordability and inclusivity.
Secondly, women have a significant contribution to make to this market. 49.2% of the refinancing that we have done has actually gone towards women-headed households. Because we know when a woman benefits from a home, a whole generation is empowered. Thirdly, sustainability.
Join industry leaders, financiers, developers, and policymakers, and other practitioners to explore practical solutions and forge meaningful and impactful partnerships. Together, let's turn ambition into action and build a more inclusive housing future for Kenya.
Karibuni nyote Kenya Affordable Housing Conference 2026.
We are looking forward to all participation. This is the place to network. This is the place to build partnerships. This is the place to build businesses. Download our KMRC app, register, and let's meet on 20th and 21st of August
at Lake Naivasha Resort, Naivasha.
Tujenge kesho leo. There is a complete nexus between the national government and the county governments early on the delivery of affordable housing, because affordable housing is a big deal. It's actually the elephant in the room. And counties play a significant role in housing their people.
Thank you so much, Joe, and everybody for giving me an opportunity to come and talk to you. I really appreciate it. Housing is a social right. It's not all about profit in housing. Here, there is a social dividend that we chase that sometimes does not translate itself into money, because the Constitution gives every Kenyan a right. And by the way, those Article 43 rights are not negotiable.
Mombasa is embracing the fact of housing. Karibuni. Thank you for making Mombasa your preferred destination, or rather your preferred county of choice. You have our support.
First, let me take this opportunity to thank the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company for inviting me to officially open the 4th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference. I am glad to note that we have guests from our East Africa community partners, that is Tanzania and Uganda, as well as guests from India, Pakistan, and Malaysia, some joining virtually. I would want to welcome you to Kenya and feel free. I am happy to note that KMRC is playing a critical role in delivering better through the affordable housing pillar. As you are aware, the urbanization rate in Kenya grows by about 4.3% every year. This shift is expected to place enormous pressure on our housing systems. According to the 2023-2024 Kenya Housing Survey, only 26% of urban households currently own their homes, while over 70% often in insecure or informal conditions rent houses. So in urban centers, access to housing finance is limited, with the survey further revealing that only 2% of households have mortgages, and just 3% have housing-related loans. This calls for innovative ways of availing cheap and accessible finance to stimulate affordable housing agenda. May I also state that this is why the National Treasury has continued to provide significant budgetary support to the affordable housing agenda. Over the past 5 years, we have witnessed a steady increase in fiscal support for the housing sector. And as an example, in the current financial year, that is 2025-2026, the government has set aside over 120 billion shillings, to be exact, 120.2 billion shillings for the housing and settlement sector. In addition, the National Treasury is deploying tax policy measures and accelerator for affordable housing delivery. The Finance Act of 2025 introduced a targeted annual tax relief of up to 360,000 incremental home construction loans, a direct response to the reality that most Kenyans build progressively and not all at once. I wish also to highlight that through the support from the World Bank and AFDB, KMRC has refinanced over 4,600 affordable home owners or home loans across 39 counties at a cost of approximately 21.7 billion shillings. Notably, 48.3% of these beneficiaries are women, a powerful testament to our commitment to inclusive financing. These loans are not just numbers. They represent significant shelter for over 18,000 household members and have catalyzed the creation of approximately 11,500 jobs across the country.
notes are never just money. They are the late nights and early mornings, the dreams you carry across oceans. And when they reach home, they arrive as more than numbers. They arrive as accounts that keep families connected. Wherever life takes you, your notes remain rooted at home. For 129 years, KCB has carried your trust. Your notes are not just money. They are love made visible. KCB Diaspora Banking. Bank like you never left.
Mr. Investor, you've got this. Karibu sana Teke and Sons Properties.
Asante sana.
Mhm.
Natafuta nyumba yangu na mke wangu.
Umefika nyumbani. Mimi naitwa Teke, investor wa properties. Mwenye uzoefu wa miaka mingi sana. Niko na marafiki kule Lamu, niko na marafiki kule Kilifi, niko na marafiki kule Mombasa. Mimi honeymoon yangu nilifanyia kule Fort Jesus. Mimi ni mtu nimesafiri. Nimekuwa pale Dubai. Nimekuwa kule Qatar. Mimi ni mtu nimeishi mpaka pale Lamu.
Sikatai haya yote, niambie mazuri ya hii property.
Swadakta mzee wangu. Tuko na mashamba. Nyumba za jengwa. Tuko na pale beach plots. Sisi ni watu tunajenga mpaka manyumba. Sababu nyinyi ndugu zangu, niko na ofa moja moto sana kwa wewe na mke wako. Hapa ni karibu na beach. Kuna maji, kuna stima. Yaani tunazungumzia zile social amenities zote zipo pale. Na sababu nyinyi ndugu zangu, nitawapa na milioni 5 peke yake.
Malipo?
In fact, nitawapa facility moja safi sana.
Naamini ni sharia compliant.
Sheria nayo tumecomply nayo ndugu yangu. Hii ni kampuni ambayo ipo registered.
Sharia compliant.
Sheria what?
Usicompromise beliefs zako kwa sababu ya ndoto zako. Pata kwako with a Sharia compliant home facility from KCB Sahal Banking from as low as 8.9% profit rates per annum and payable for up to 25 years. SMS pata kwako to 22522 or visit your nearest branch today. Terms and conditions apply.
Malik. Hey, lonesome boy. Mashiri. Mwalimu Bomba, Eastern Central Africa.
Sema.
No, Mashiri. Hivi ndio umeamua?
Kwani uamini?
Ni kubwa kuliko yangu.
Na tena ni yangu.
Kitchen kuna balcony.
Massive windows. Cabinets mpya. And guess what?
What?
Running water. Na tena ni yangu. All mine.
I'll slash your rent by half. Usiambie mtu.
Mbona niendelee kukaa hapa na niko na kwangu? Wewe bwacha jokes.
Okay, I'll be picking your calls and I'll attend to each and every problem that you raise. Ulisema unataka gypsum?
Imagine, hata saa I'm my own landlord.
Okay, I know you complained about an open kitchen plan. How about I ask Diongo akuja kuvunjia tu ukuta?
Usiingie box ya landlord milele. Hata wewe, pata kwako with a KCB home loan at a fixed interest rate of 8.9% per annum, payable for up to 25 years. SMS pata kwako to 22522 or visit your nearest branch today. Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Johnson Oltetia, CEO of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. I warmly welcome you to the 5th Kenya Affordable Housing Conference under the theme Scaling the Best, Unlocking Inclusive and Sustainable Housing Solutions.
We are building on the successes of the 2025 conference, which we held in Kisumu last year. where over 250 delegates attended from within the country and outside the country. This year's conference, we are looking forward to even having a bigger audience, over 250 people.
This year's theme challenges us to address the barriers that inhibit affordable housing provision in Kenya and develop solutions that can enable more people to get homes. We must go beyond formal and get down to the base of the pyramid where the housing need is greatest.
When you look at a majority of Kenyans, 85% are actually in the informal sector. And this represents the majority of Kenyans whom we target to access housing finance affordably. This year's Kenya Affordable Housing Conference is about driving affordability and inclusivity in home ownership. We have already been doing that through distributing the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company product, which ensures that Kenyans are able to access home ownership at affordable rates.
Some of the topics that we'll be tackling at the conference include affordability and inclusivity.
Secondly, women have a significant contribution to make to this market. 49.2% of the refinancing that we have done has actually gone towards women-headed households. Because we know when a woman benefits from a home, a whole generation is empowered. Thirdly, sustainability.
Join industry leaders, financiers, developers, and policymakers, and other practitioners to explore practical solutions and forge meaningful and impactful partnerships. Together, let's turn ambition into action and build a more inclusive housing future for Kenya.
Karibuni nyote Kenya Affordable Housing Conference 2026.
We are looking forward to all participation. This is the place to network. This is the place to build partnerships. This is the place to build businesses. Download our KMRC app, register, and let's meet on 20th and 21st of August.
At Lake Naivasha Resort, Naivasha.
Tujenge kesho leo.
There is a complete nexus between the national government and the county governments on the delivery of affordable housing, because affordable housing is a big deal. It's actually the elephant in the room. And counties play a significant role in housing their people.
Thank you so much, Joe, and everybody for giving me an opportunity to come and talk to you. I really appreciate it. Housing is a social
notes are never just money. They are the late nights and early mornings, the dreams you carry across oceans. And when they reach home, they arrive as more than numbers. They arrive as accounts that keep families connected. Wherever life takes you, your notes remain rooted at home. For 129 years, KCB has carried your trust. Your notes are not just money. They are love made visible with KCB Diaspora Banking. Bank like you never left.
Mr. Investor, you've got this. Karibu sana Teke and Sons Properties.
Asante sana.
Natafuta
nyumba yangu na mke wangu.
Umefika nyumbani. Mimi naitwa Teke, investor wa properties. Mwenye uzoefu wa miaka mingi sana. Niko na marafiki kule Lamu, niko na marafiki kule Kilifi, niko na marafiki kule Mombasa. Mimi honeymoon yangu nilifanyia kule Fort Jesus. Mimi ni mtu nimesafiri. Nimekuwa pale Dubai. Nimekuwa kule Qatar. Mimi ni mtu nimeishi mpaka pale Lamu.
Sikatai haya yote, niambie mazuri ya hii property.
Swadakta mzee wangu. Tuko na mashamba. Nyumba za jengwa. Tuko na pale beach plots. Sisi ni watu tunajenga mpaka manyumba. Sababu nyinyi ndugu zangu, niko na ofa moja moto sana kwa wewe na mke wako. Hapa ni karibu na beach. Kuna maji, kuna stima. Yaani tunazungumzia zile social amenities zote zipo pale. Na sababu nyinyi ndugu zangu, nitawapa na milioni 5 peke yake.
Malipo?
In fact, nitawapa facility moja safi sana.
Naamini ni sharia compliant.
Sharia nayo tumecomply nayo ndugu yangu. Hii ni kampuni ambayo ipo registered.
Sharia compliant.
Sharia what?
Usicompromise beliefs zako kwa sababu ya ndoto zako. Pata kwako with a Sharia compliant home facility from KCB Sahal Banking from as low as 8.9% profit rates per annum and payable for up to 25 years. SMS pata kwako to 22522 or visit your nearest branch today. Terms and conditions apply.
Malik. Elon boy. Mashiri. Mwalimu Bo.
Thank you. Karibuni sana.
All right. Let us have everyone come back in and settle down. Can see there are some people who are walking in. We'll start in the next 30 seconds. Let us give them time to walk in. Away from Japan. And the next guest who will present these perspectives is a Director, General International Affairs and Research Department at the Japan Housing Finance Agency. Allow me to just read his brief bio. So, he joined the JHFA, that is the agency, in 2008. He has held various roles in the Market Operations Department and the Treasury Department, where he supervised the agency's funding strategy and led the redesign of the Green Bond Issuance Program, including the issuance of the first green residential mortgage-backed securities. In April 2024, he assumed the position of Director General, International Affairs and Research Department, where he is responsible for expanding the agency's international relationships and sharing best practices in mortgage finance with other institutions. Currently, he is the chairperson of the International Secondary Mortgage Market Association, as we know it, ISMA, and he is the current chairperson to date. So, ladies and gentlemen, I met this gentleman and told me his name is not Date. I know you can say Yuji Date, but it is not Date. It is Yuji Date. Let us give it up for Yuji Date from Japan.
Thank you so much. Asante sana kwa kunikaribisha Kenya tena. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, I'm very much honored to be here today. And I would like to congratulate KMRC and the sponsors for hosting a magnificent event attracting so many talented people and committed people focusing on affordable housing, which is a foundation of well-being, securing a feel of security and bring hope towards the future. And personally, this is my second visit to Kenya, and I'm again overwhelmed by the great Kenyan hospitality and the delicious Kenyan food and the crisp air here at Navisha. It's a great place. Today I would like to share with you where the Japanese housing quality has evolved to be here until today. And the span, I would like to share with you is not just 10, 20 years, but 81 years of continuous development. So my delivery today to the audience is not just my love of Kenya, but Japanese housing market, how we overcame many difficulties from time to time and have evolved to current position, which can be a role model for many countries. Those aim to achieve affordable and sustainable housing. Next slide, please. From left to right, the housing market, I will explain, began right after the World War II. That was 1945. And now is the present. It's about how we now currently define the housing quality. As indicated in the orange in the right-hand side, we now have so-called HQAA. It's a Housing Quality Assurance Act, and it's introduced to achieve higher quality housing. And also the HQAA, it established the housing performance indication systems and so other things that now we have, well, many Japanese, or maybe if you come to Japan, if you buy a house which has this housing performance indication system attached to it, you will feel, you don't have to feel, how to say, worry about the housing quality because it's assured by a third party. Now let's go back. What happened after the World War II? Next page, please. Right after the World War II, we had a housing shortage of 4.5 million. These units are in thousands. Okay, the majority of the part was lost due to the bombing. It was about 2.1 million, and others, as you can see, the total net of the housing at the time of the end of the war was 4.2 million. Next page, please. So we had to do something, and this is how we kind of achieved how to cope with the housing deficit. Now, the first line here, the row, you can see that the local government rental housing. The second, GHLC housing. The third, GHC constructed housing. The first row, as you can see, and I think you can understand that, it's about low-cost rental housing provided from the local government. The second part, we, GHF, used to be Government Housing Loan Corporation, so-called GHLC. What we did is, after 1950, based as we are still fully owned by the Japanese government, what the Japanese government did was facilitate home ownership by creating a public housing finance institution. The third item, the GHC constructed housing, this is about providing low-cost public housing developed by GHSC. And it started business at 1955. So we call this a three-pillar approach. First approach, provide a public rental housing. Second approach, provide low interest rate housing loans to promote home ownership. And three, develop affordable housing basically by using a public entity. So as you can see that in the bottom, so in the first year, right after the World War II, we were able to provide 236,000 units of housing. And going to the right, after 11 years, the number reached to roughly 407,000 units per year. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, yes. Okay. So this is a number of the houses constructed. The yellow is the private constructed houses. The blue is the government policy housing. And you can see that right after the World War II until 1948, the number has drastically increased. Mostly it was privately constructed housing. Now, this actually created us another issue other than the housing shortage. That is, we realized that because the housing was constructed in a rapid mode, the quality of the housing was not enough. So that was actually the other reason why the government created the Government Housing Loan Corporation. That is, at then, and still being government-owned entity Housing Loan Corporation, GHF, we provide housing loans only to houses that meet a certain criteria. So we provide, GHLC provided low interest rate housing loans, but in order to receive such housing loans, people had to make sure that the quality of the house meets a certain standard. So the supply side actually declined. But as you can see that it gradually increased. Well, it doesn't have the number here, but at this moment in Japan, the housing stats for the fiscal year 2025 is about nearly 900,000. So we kind of continue to grow strongly based on this strategy. Next slide, please. So we go back to the current situation, okay? The housing quality assurance, how do we do that? We have established this housing performance indication system, and there are 10 key evaluation criteria to measure the housing performance. Structural stability, safety against fire, thermal resistance, air quality, light visual environment, reduction of deterioration, meaning once you build it, we make sure that the house doesn't collapse 30, 40, 50 years. Consideration of maintenance, so it's better to have houses easy to maintain. Acoustic environment, meaning quiet house is better. Consideration of the elderly, so it's kind of, the houses are better foreseeing when the residents become older. And the last, the security measures. So there could be a robbery, but if you have a good house, you can prevent them from coming in. Next page, please. So this is about what I just mentioned. How do we kind of make sure that all these performance are conducted? Okay, so what we do is we do a third-party evaluation. Housing performance is assessed by registered third-party evaluation organization and certified by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. We call this MLIT or MLIT. It doesn't say here, but I would like to mention that this MLIT used to be, it became MLIT by combining the Ministry of Construction, national land agencies, and other government entities in around, I think, 2001. It was done under the government reformation. As I think you understand that, well, so the MLIT has the housing, it has the infrastructure, it has the transportation, and it has the tourism. And I think you can easily understand that housing needs land. If you live there, you need to commute, meaning you need to have a public transportation, and you need to have access to the basic infrastructure, like water, gas, electricity. And if you have those, and if you have trains and roads, those can be a great asset for tourism. So that's the reason why in 2001, and of course for efficiency purpose, the Japanese government created this MLIT. Going back to the housing performance story, the evaluation report is also issued by this third-party organization. And if you have this report, you have a benefit, as indicated below, is that we have, I guess you all agree that Japan is a country prone to earthquake. We have a lot of earthquake, and even myself, I own a house. I have this earthquake insurances on my property, but if you have this housing performance evaluation report, and if you meet one of these grades or the seismic isolation building discount, then you can see that there's a huge discount on the insurance premium. Next slide, please. So this, as I mentioned in the third pillar approach, that these quality housing stock installment needs to be combined with the housing finance, of course. So just going into the detail of the planning from the government. The government used to have a framework called Housing Construction 5-year programs. So every 5 years, the government renewed this program. And it continued from 1966 to 2006. The key objective of this program was to address the housing shortage, as I mentioned. But after that, well, we did understand that we need to refocus from quantity to quality. So since 2006, a new plan was initiated. It's called the Basic Plan for Housing Life. It focused more on the quality of housing and living inside of that. And the key objective was to improve the quality of life and sustainability. So as I earlier mentioned, we, Japan Housing Finance, and our former entities at GHLC, we provided housing loans only those meet these criteria provided under this 5-year program and the Housing Life system. And here under, this is the average square meter per person at the oldest is from 1955. So at then, one adult, one child were having average square meter of roughly 12 square meters. So if I have a wife and 2 daughters, so I'm a family of 4, and then my house would be at average of 48 square meters floor. But because the government was focused on providing better houses through housing finance, as you can see, in 2016, the average square meter per person per house was basically 3 times more. It reached to roughly 39 square meters. So having, being a family of 4, currently, not currently, but at then, the average square meter of a Japanese house was about 160 square meters. Next page, please. There was other, like a tuning in terms of the housing finance. We, from 1950 to 1975, and afterwards, actually, the economic situation in Japan rapidly evolved upward. So from 1950 to 54, then 54 to 65, and to 75. Well, basically, the economic period changed from recovery mode to growth mode. So the income of the individuals in Japan increased, of course, and the housing price also increased. So the lending criteria, we had to also amend based on reflecting the situation in the market. So what we did, we changed the required income standard at the beginning, it was like you have to have the annual income 7 times more than the amount you borrow. But after 1975, it was lowered to 5 times. A loan repayment period, initially it was like 18, but now we have at 19, at the end of 2006, it was 35 years. But now, GHF, we provide 50 years housing loans. Loan to value started from 75. It says generally 80%, but now we provide 100% LTV loans. And the square meters of the houses, it was like 100, at max 100, now it exceeds 150. However, because you may heard the real estate price in Japan is skyrocketing, and it doesn't say here, but if you buy a condominium, a new condominium in the central part of Japan, I would say the square meter will be like 70. The price would be in US dollars. In average, I would say now 900,000 for one unit. So it's very expensive now. So people now cannot actually afford 150 square meter houses, but then we just increased to have more affordability for the people living in Japan. Next slide, please. So I talked about the quantity and quality, and now I would like to discuss about the green technologies that we have incorporated. I think it's same with the Kenyan government or any other government. We have a mandate, or each countries have made commitment to reduce the CO2 emissions. We have a target of making a net zero emission by 2050. The below is a research conducted in 2022, and as indicated in the yellow part, the household sector, it has roughly about 16% of the emissions. So MLIT is focused on making the houses more energy efficient and is hoping to reduce the CO2 emission from the households. Next page, please. There was a huge reformation this year. The government of Japan decided to make all the houses to apply a mandatory energy efficiency level to all houses since April 2024. Oh, 2025, sorry, 2025. Before that, the yellow kind of mandatory part, you can see that some of the non-residential buildings it was mandatory, but the other parts, like residential houses, it was like you just had to report and do. It wasn't a mandatory, but as I mentioned, after 2025, everything became mandatory. Below, there are two standards that the houses must meet. One is thermal insulation performance. The houses must have a certain insulation performance level, and the level is now currently set at grade 4. And the other restriction is to have a certain level of primary energy consumption amount, and it's also set at grade 4. So we, Japan Housing Finance, we provide housing loans only to houses that meet both of the criteria, and also having grade 4 or higher. But having this kind of standard, it is very easy. It was easy for us to define what is a greenhouse and what is a non-greenhouse. Discussing with the rating agencies, and also with the investors, we issue mortgage-backed securities and straight bonds. We only receive government loans for loans dedicated towards people who need to rebuild their houses due to disasters. So I would say 99% of our funding is conducted in the capital market in Japan. So we needed to make sure that the investors feel safe that the bonds that we issue are labeled as green. And it was actually easy for us to define this green and non-green boundary, because if we just say grade 4, okay, this is an average greenliness in the market, let's just say grade 4 houses are all non-green. But everything that's above grade 5, we can just say it's green, greenhouse. So we've labeled that we have this flat 35. It's a commercial name of a 35-year fixed mortgage. And we labeled it as green flat 35 for any houses that achieve grade 5 or higher. Okay. Next page, please. So this is the last part of my presentation. So what is the benefit of having this green mortgage initiative? What it does is, it says a lot here, but simply saying greenhouses do have less CO2 emissions. So the how much did we decrease? This blue left-hand side is the types of the mortgage that we provide. We have at the top is like the normal non-green flat 35 I just mentioned, 35 SZEH, so this is zero emission houses, and so on. So you can see that at the base case, the CO2 emission from one single detached house is roughly about 3,700 kilos. And for condos, it's about 2,900 kilograms per house. But if we go down, you can see that the amount reduction is huge for the ZEH. It reduces 2,731 kilos for houses. For condos, it reduces 2,130 kilos. So this is what the MLIT aims, as I mentioned. The more energy efficient houses we have installed in Japan, the less CO2 emission we have toward the future. Okay. Thank you so much for your time. I would like to again say, Asante senakwa kanikali bisha Kenya tena. Thank you. And I would actually come back later again to the stage after the roundtable discussion to commemorate our Japan Housing Finance visit to Kenya. So please stay tuned. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Yuji. You can just have a seat in case we have any questions. Yeah. So any questions for Mr. Yuji? We can take two. Start from there.
Thank you very much, San, and really appreciate the presentation and also the great partnership that JHF has with Africa in general. You know, we were at TICAD a couple of years ago, where Shelter Afrique Development Bank and its partners were well received by JHF, CEO himself who was in the room, and really the commitment to partner with African countries were very deep at the level of the Prime Minister as well. So we are looking forward to develop this partnership as we speak, and in particular in this particular event, we have something that is planned. But I just want to ask a quick question on the green presentation that you just made. So the reduction in CO2, the numbers, I think the last couple of slides.
Yeah, page 12. Yes.
Right. So that number, you know, is that the actual level of CO2 emission, or is it the actual reduction? Is it the amount after reduction, or it's the reduction amount itself?
It's a reduction amount.
Okay. Okay.
It's very interesting to just say that we calculate this by having calculating, like looking at like a single door, single window, single floor installations, and we kind of add up how we can reduce CO2 by having new materials installed in the houses. And I believe because the detached house has a lot more like items such as the roofing or the ceiling inside, whatever. So the reduction amount of CO2 for single houses is larger than the condominiums, because condominium is like you have a huge structure and you just make small rooms inside. So still, of course, we use recent materials, and that enables to reduce the indicated amount. Can you show up the presentation, page 12?
I think I get it, but just to say that also your standards, are they Japanese developed standards just for Japan, or how do they relate to other international certification standards like IFC Edge or LEEDs or other green certification programs?
My understanding of LEED and Edge is quite similar. That is, LEED and Edge, they consider non-green as a sort of houses or buildings using standard materials. However, you add something on it using a newly developed materials, or maybe having a solar panel on your roof, and they kind of calculate the reduction of the CO2 level for each houses, right? But in Japan, we have so-called like Japan Industrial Standard, where it's very interesting for you to understand, maybe because all of the materials used for the houses are on this database that anyone can go in and find out how much thermal level or CO2 reduction it has for each materials, okay? So that, of course, is reflected to the Japanese government's requirement to have all the houses meet this certain green criteria. And so, as I mentioned, so the basic idea is the same, but total different approach is that in Japan we have the green level as a statutory defined standard that is applied to whole nation. And one other thing I would like to add is that we did a calculation for the Mongolian houses. That is, we we calculated using the materials used in the condominiums in the Mongolia, and converted to our scale. And we found out that their insulation level is so high, very high, really high. But that is because the climate of, say, Ulaanbaatar, the capital of of Mongolia, in winter, the temperature goes below like minus 45. So that's why they needed this huge amount of insulation. But applying that to like Tokyo or maybe Hokkaido, the north region of Japan, it's too much, too much. So it was very interesting for me to know, one, that Mongolia has a certain high standard of insulation. Two, like converting the non-Japan building material to a Japanese standard was, how to say, it was a new approach, kind of, to understand how the other countries have the level of the like installations. Yeah.
So before the mic leaves this table, I have a follow-on question. And thank you for that presentation, Yuji. That's very good. Now, I'm curious about a comment you made earlier in an earlier slide about the application of a mortgage on the energy efficient or the property classified as green. And that you can only get funding.
Yeah, page 11?
Yeah, on that basis. The additional question I have is there any differentiation in pricing, in the pricing of that mortgage?
Yes. Can you show us page 11, please?
Page 11?
Yes.
Page 11.
Yes. Yeah, so the Japanese government actually provide a how to say, government aid to Japan Housing Finance.
A subsidy.
Subsidy, yeah, subsidy. For us to lower the housing loans that can be applied to grade 5 or higher houses. So we believe that that would be one of the incentive for the borrowers to achieve higher energy efficiencies. And also, I think after you start living, the utility fees can be very different for old houses compared to the new houses. So I guess the incentive of having these high-grade houses is that they have less monthly payment compared to the lower ones. So just to add, so maybe you guys can understand or imagine that we bundle this green mortgages to one pool, and using that pool, we issue the green mortgage-backed securities. And from the investor's standpoint, they say, okay, it's green label, and they know, what the Japanese investors, they know that these levels are a statutory defined, meaning that, okay, JHF is a government-owned entity, they will take no risk of like not achieving, as mentioned here, I mean the green level, and so but to be honest, but there aren't any, we don't see any green premium in the market at this moment. Hopefully in the future, I personally believe that green MBS versus non-green MBS, the green MBS should have lower coupon because it should have more interest from the institutional investors. However, that hasn't happened in the Japanese market yet, unfortunately. But I think eventually, because it will happen because all of the investors have this mandate that they have to have a certain percentage of their portfolio to meet, a green standard, a green investment, social investment kind of. So they are keen to look for green assets, and our MBS is the one of the largest MBS issuance in the Japanese market. So I hope the green premium would catch up. So, thank you.
One final question.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Munyendo Kennedy. I work for an organization called OnSite ICF. It's an affordable housing technology company. And better part of my question has been answered from the questions from that table. And I was just curious, Mr. Date, on affordable housing technology. And basically, when you talk about green building and the financing, how does alternative technology and innovative material get absorbed into this process? Because currently, in our traditional building system, we find that that is what most of the mortgages or financing institutions rely on to finance home ownership and affordable housing. So I was just curious to understand how you do it in Japan, and basically in terms of policy as a financing institution, how do you accommodate the private sector, and at what point do they come in this conversation? Thank you.
Thank you for the great question. So I think to me, the energy efficiency statutory level, it must be met, or if not, you cannot build a single house in Japan. It's very, I would say, strict compared to previous, before 2024. So what the government foresees is that, okay, the housing could be a bit expensive, but as I mentioned in the question from Habib, not from Habib, from Johnson, what the government decided was they provide subsidy to Japan Housing Finance, and we lower our mortgage rate to increase the affordability of the houses. By decreasing the interest rate of the houses, the monthly payment should go down. And in addition to that, as I mentioned in my presentation, we now have 50 years mortgage. So what that means is 50 years mortgage compared to like 20 or 25-year mortgage, the monthly payment could be halved, because you have more time to pay to the future. So that, at the end of the day, will be kind of be a support, a financial support to gain the housing affordability. So yeah, so the three-pillar approach is still existing in the Japanese market. So you have the policy, you have the financing, and if people who cannot afford, they have the public houses to pay less, kind of. So we have this system embedded for a long time in the Japanese government. So affordability is kind of supported in that way. Yeah, affordable housing is supported in that way.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'm sure you're wondering, how come 50 years? So please network with Mr. Date over lunch hour, and I will tell you why 50 years. Maybe it's associated with the long life expectancy. So let us give it up for Mr. Date. And to give him his speaker present, I would like to welcome Mr. Joe Oltetia, the KMRC CEO, to just hand him his speaker gift. Please clap for him as Mr. Oltetia comes. Wonderful. And as he exits the stage, we can all say that he has really tried to speak Kiswahili, right? And I will also return that favor by saying arigato gozaimasu. All right, thank you so much. So I'd like to welcome Olive to introduce the next discussion.
Thank you, Debbie. And good afternoon. We are proceeding very well. We will have the next session speaking about healthy homes, healthy cities. I'd like to believe most of us, if not all of us, are homeowners. Is that a good assumption? Or I have presumed a lot? Okay, let's assume 50% of those in the room are homeowners, and there is still another 50 who are looking to be homeowners, right? So when you're on that journey right now, when you're moving ahead, and there are those of us who are already homeowners, and you get to your first home, and when you're doing your calculations of home ownership, there's one aspect we find ourselves forgetting about, and that is what? Who can tell me? What do you forget? Anyone? There's something called repairs and maintenance. Repairs and maintenance. And depending on where you live, I mean, most of us are Kenyans, we know. There are places where you will have problems of water, thank you very much, water, plumbing, if you build for yourself and then your contractor somehow, somewhere took a shortcut, you will need to get a fundi at some point, okay? So that cost of repairs and maintenance, and even modernizing, because that's where we are moving towards in terms of speaking about healthy cities. Can we think about the healthy aspects, the green aspects of our homes early enough during planning so that we incorporate it, so that we have energy efficiency, water efficiency, waste management. There is a study that our partner did with our collaboration. And what it found is that about, was it 67 or thereabout, of Kenyans prefer building their own homes. Okay? That was what the study said. Now, when you have 67% of Kenyans preferring to build, then it means they need to be given a lot of awareness, not only for them, but also for the contractors whom they use to do their construction on the upcoming and the new ways of greening our homes. So we turn to sustainability, health, and the cities of the future. A home should not only be affordable, it should also be healthy, resilient, energy efficient, environmentally sustainable, and part of a livable city. And we've had quite a bit of conversation on livable cities. When we talk about affordable housing, affordability is only one part of the equation. The homes we build today will shape the health and well-being of families and the future of cities for generations to come. So this session is about healthy homes, healthy cities, and I'd like to welcome our moderator this afternoon, Madam Miss Flora Mudaura, who is the head of risk, compliance and sustainability at KMRC, to lead us through this session. She is a sustainability champion and very well versed in this area and will guide us very well on this topic. I know she has a video that needs to be played, so our tech team can cue that up as I give her the mic. She will introduce the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olive Gitao, MC, as well as Deborah. You can see the kind of talent that we have at KMRC. And I'd like to engage you by requesting that you give them a round of applause just to recognize the amazing work that they are doing. Thank you very much. So I'll request the tech team to play the video so that it can set the scene for us.
climate change affects every aspect of our life. This isn't something that might happen to us in the future, it's something that happens already now. This is something that we have to do, we cannot afford not to act.
Climate change is real. I think we can feel it and we can see it.
We're living in a world where everyone can see what's happening.
Sustainability is a key cornerstone, and the reason it is so important is because it forms the bedrock for progress today and into the future.
We all had to learn over the past that there is no plan B, that there's no other planet we have at our disposal. It's now a crucial time for us to act on climate change.
I think it's important to pursue net zero on a number of fronts. One, it's the right thing to do. We should all be pursuing net zero in every aspect of our lives and every way that we possibly can. The key commitment is to get to that net zero operating by 2030. But the important step is actually making that commitment and doing it.
It was important for us to make sure that our key buildings around the country are certified green. And therefore for us at the core of our mission is making sure that we're stewards of the planet we live in. And as the world transitions to zero carbon, and we are part of that transition.
There are so many solutions that you put into place that actually, if you compare like for like, it actually pays for itself. Because there's this preconception that to be sustainable is expensive. And it's not.
IFCH can actually be used for any type of building. And the return on investment has actually come out better than what we calculated.
Yeah, zero carbon is a dream. It's not easy to achieve, but we all are making the effort, and I'm fully committed. We will make a difference to this planet.
Sustainability concepts at the core of how we do our business. And so by introducing EDGE into our processes, it was a very easy, fast and affordable way to make it happen and achieve those objectives.
Going green is the right thing to do. We are committed to ensuring that we aspire to the net zero target as set by the UN. I think the EDGE certification brings several benefits. Your carbon footprint is a lot lower.
You know, energy is a very expensive commodity in our country. Our people are very low income earners. So for us, EDGE was an option that we couldn't go without.
By 2030, all new buildings have to be greenhouse gas neutral. By 2050, every single building needs to be net zero.
Meeting the net zero target by 2050 is just, it's a must for the world. So moving the needle across from EDGE to EDGE Advanced to now EDGE net zero carbon is incredibly important.
The world has become a global village. Once we go green, we are limiting the amount of greenhouse gases that we are emitting into the environment. It's about time we saved the world.
EDGE is easy.
EDGE is affordable.
EDGE is the future.
And EDGE is everywhere.
market and raised a sustainability bond. We were able to do this. Hello, fantastic. So in 2026, we developed our sustainability finance framework, and we came to the market to raise a sustainability bond, which should catalyze the development of green homes. We are currently working on an eligibility criteria to be able to support our PMLs in creating the green products, and this also covers the social product that they've already been sharing with the market. In 2027, we want to scale and prove impact. We want to grow climate-aligned refinancing. We want to raise green bonds. We want to raise social bonds. We also want to raise sustainability instruments. And these will wholly be driven by the pipeline that comes from the markets. When you look at the financing engine, our role is to help create the financing conditions that can influence what gets financed and ultimately what gets built. Remember, I've told you the way our product was not moving initially when we came to the market. And financials told us we don't have supply of 4 million, for example. And slowly, we've started seeing developments priced within the KMRC affordability product coming to the market. Right now, I think when you compare in terms of pipeline, the market homes and the affordable homes that fit within KMRC criteria, a lot of them actually are within the affordable sector. So we want to do the same when it comes to green. We took the learnings. And we shall do that by engaging our PMLs and seeing how we can support them to be able to create a green pipeline. We shall provide the framework, the eligibility criteria and governance, and our PMLs shall continue originating the loans and ensuring that they enhance the environmental and social screening. And we shall encourage our developers, for example, like Gulf Cup Centum. We've seen a number of developments coming to the market that are IFC EDGE certified. Please support us by also educating customers on the value of a green home. So even when they complain about pricing, you can also educate them about the cost savings. And then impact. We shall definitely achieve impact, lower resource use, inclusion, and resilience. So as we look forward, we want to continue engaging with all our stakeholders, receive feedback on what can we do better, scale, integrate, mobilize enough capital to be able to support the whole market. So this brings me now to the conversation today. A healthy home is ultimately a system, not simply a structure. So I would like to invite my incredible panel so that we drive this discussion together. And I will start with Peter Mogeni, the Managing Director of HFCB Bank. Next, I will invite Lydia Mwithiga, a climate specialist at United Nations Development Program. I will also invite Kenneth Mbaye, the Managing Director of Centum Real Estate. And lastly, Caroline Wanjeri, the Director of Mortgage Business, KCB Bank. A round of applause as they come to the stage. Wonderful. You can see we are serious on sustainability, inclusivity, gender balance. So allow me to start with you, Peter. Actually, for all of you, I'd like you to describe in one sentence what makes a home healthy and what are we still getting wrong when it comes to sustainability. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you for that question. I think allow me to just give a bit of background for a bit of visitors. HFCB is 60 years old in the home financing space. We started in 1965. Our purpose is enriching lives, and we subscribe to SDG 11 on building sustainable cities. So this area of a healthy and healthy home and healthy cities is very critical and crucial to our purpose. Now, what makes a home healthy? We look at things like natural lighting. We look at things like energy. We look at things like access to water. We look at things like public spaces, access to public spaces, and we also look at things like access to public transport. All those things combined are what contributes to making a home healthy. When it comes to construction, we look at what sort of construction materials are being used, including all the things to do with painting, the things to do with the kitchen materials. All those are what I would consider as a holistic living environment and a communal living environment that makes it a healthy home. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We can move on as you sit. Kenneth?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'll start with your declaration. I'll start with your declaration first, that by 2050, all homes will be carbon neutral. I think the generator took it seriously, and it was immediate. So I'm from Centum Real Estate. We're in the business of people. If you think about it realistically, you spend up to 90% of your time in a day in a real estate setup, either in the office, at home, in a mall, or in a setup like this. And up to 40% of that time is at home. When you're at home is when you go, relax, the following day you're productive based on the quality of life that is at home. And as they say, your greatest wealth is your health, and maybe a greater health is a healthy home, and with a healthy home, you have a healthy society and a more productive country. So we look at the totality of your lifestyle. We want you to spend less money on water, less money on power, less money on maintenance, and we want your family to be productive when you go back home. And that's why we focus on sustainability. We've done it practically. We have 132,000 square meters of green certified homes. And just today or yesterday, we got the highest rating on our green board framework, which is excellent, SQS1. I think it's higher than Shelter Afrique and KCB. So we are taking it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Lydia?
So thank you very much, Flora, for having me. For me, I think the two gentlemen have already talked about what a healthy home is. I think the only thing I could add is that a healthy home must consider not just the people living in it, but also the environment in which they live in. So that home should not be contributing, for instance, to the emissions. It should not be the one contributing to wastewater that perhaps drains into a river that somebody will end up using the same water in their taps or being used to farm the food that again ends up on our table. So for me, a healthy home must be taking into account the people living in it, that it is not contributing to to making their health deteriorate, but should only improve it. But they must also consider the impact it is having on the environment.
Thank you very much, Lydia. The impact to the environment is indeed very important. Caroline?
I hope you can hear me. Good. Thank you very much, Flora, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. My name is Caroline from KCB, Director Mortgage at KCB, a regional bank. We are in about 7 countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Southern Sudan, and DRC Congo, as well as a rep office in Ethiopia. I was actually supposed to join the team yesterday, but I couldn't be able to come. And part of the reason was because we are actually, it is what we are discussing today. We were launching our sustainability bond framework that will help us become more intentional in how we address green buildings, in how we address social projects, in how we also address some of the blue projects that we are doing. Because when you talk about sustainability, and to come and answer my question of what a healthy home is, you cannot ignore the impact of climate change on building. Just some mind-fumbling statistics. The construction and the building sector contributes 21% of the current greenhouse emissions. So it tells you it's not just a local conversation, it's not even a Kenyan conversation, it's a global conversation. I was reading through, and out of all the energy we produce, as a building is being put up, 41%, buildings utilize 41% of the energy that has been produced. So probably part of the reason we have a blackout today, Mr. Oltetia, is because there are a number of constructions that are going on. So it's the reality of it. So for me, a healthy home is one that asks, and I like to make it very real. I say I have a 7-year-old daughter who is with me here. A true test of what a healthy home is one that remains healthy 130 years to come. And I say that because KCB is 130 years old. So if we can build institutions that can live 130 years, then we should be able to build homes that can live 130 years. But allow me to comment, when Date, I was calling him Date, I was told it's not Date, it's Date. When Date was presenting, I don't know whether you realize that the impact of climate change, that the housing policy in Japan has been shaped by the economic catastrophes that have happened. The war, the earthquakes, all that had a very big impact on how the building and how the housing market in Japan looks like. Sometimes it looks far. You know, Kenya now, we are talking of the shortage, the 20,000, which we are not sure whether it's 200,000, the one that George was asking about. But the effects of after and what we are going through and what can happen is very, very real and alive, and it's very good that we are having these conversations. Thank you, Flora.
Indeed, and thank you very much, Carol, for sending us back to Japan. When I was listening to Date, I realized that sometimes for a country to be able to achieve its climate strategy or climate targets, you actually need to enforce through policy. And it's something he mentioned by saying, for a house to be approved, it has to meet 20% energy efficiency standard. So circling back to you, Peter, you have a green mortgage product. Shout about it. And as you shout about it, tell us, would you price it differently?
Thank you, Flora. I want to say that in 2025, HFCB took the initiative to launch, I think, the first green mortgage product in the Kenyan market. And we were very deliberate about this. Like I said, our purpose is enriching lives, and we understand very clearly the need to encourage, in that context of enriching lives, home ownership that aligns to that, because we believe that protecting the planet is good business, and also getting our customers to live in a green environment is good business. So other than just a mortgage product, we also have a property advisory business. We do landowner wealth management solutions. And in each of the projects we get involved, we are very deliberate about leaving the environment better than we found it. Now, when it comes to whether we would price a green mortgage or that differently, the answer is absolutely yes. And the reason for that is that we already know by statistics that a greenhouse or green building saves our customers on average about 30% of energy and all water needs. And arising from that, if you translate it into numbers, that translates into 1 month of either rental or mortgage installment costs. Now, I know, Flora, you understand things to do with probabilities of default. Mm-hmm. So if you save 1 month of your mortgage installment costs, it means that from a cash outflow perspective, your installment to income ratio is relatively lower. What that means is that your probability of defaulting is way lower. And so we took the initiative to extend under that proposition a 100 basis points discount on our lending rate. So if you took the affordable housing proposition on which we priced at 9.5 and you're building a mortgage, a green house, or you're buying an EDGE certified house, we would give it to you at 8.5. But if you are taking the normal commercial mortgage, where we are currently lending at 14.95, then we price it at 13.95. So the answer to your question is not theoretical. We're actually already doing it. Thank you.
Fantastic. A round of applause for HFCB Bank. One, for being a fast mover in developing the green mortgage product. And we'd like to encourage HFCB as well as all the other PMLs to continue doing so, because at KMRC, we are also mobilizing finance to support you to develop a green mortgage pipeline that is sustainable. Going to you, Kenneth. Yesterday, we had a lot of discussions when it comes to green and it being cost prohibitive. Some people term a greenhouse that it's a bit more expensive. And you're a developer. You've actually brought to the market green development. So you can talk a little bit about, is it costly to build green as a developer?
Thank you. In the short term, it is costly, but I will use an example. So because of what Peter has spoken about and what is known, your power, water bill, you'll save almost 30% because you're using less power and using less water. If you're doing a typical building and you have to provide water backup, if there is 30% saving in the water consumption, it means the backup needs to be 30% or 40% smaller. So you save on the size of the overhead water tanks, the size of the pumps that you're using. If you're using a generator or even transformers, if the power demand for a building then reduces by 30%, then it means you can have a smaller size transformer. If that smaller size transformer and backup generator is there is immediate saving to the developer. If it's the other way around on a building that is, for instance, consuming, I know we are not technical, a 1 megawatt power consumption or a backup or a transformer, if you consume less, your energy charge is very high. So it means the occupants in that building pay a higher power bill. From a Centamri perspective, we've seen the benefits of having green buildings. You attract cheaper capital. You attract customers who are fully funded. And these customers, in the life cycle of the building they own, the maintenance cost is not as high and the running cost is not as high. These homes are generational wealth. If I was to ask most of us to declare their wealth today, the bulk of it will be land or property that you own. So that will be passed over to the next generation, and we're expecting it to appreciate in value. But wearing our business hat, business mind, would be anything we can do cheaply and sell very expensively to survive. So we are taking maximum advantage of it, but I think the future is all homes will be green.
Yes.
Because the providers of capital are demanding the same, the consumers are demanding the same. Today, Kenya has 13.2 million homes based on the study I saw from Kenya Bureau of Statistics. We are 54 million. In 20 years, we could be somewhere at 60. We need to add 6 million homes. Oh no, we need to add another 6 million homes or thereabout. I believe they will all be green, and there's an opportunity. So the journey has taken off. Thank you.
Wonderful. And I like the way you bring out the aspect of generations, because yesterday, I think it's Habib who said, what are we leaving for our generations? Do we want to kick cans down the road, or we want to address the current problem so that our generations don't have to go through the same thing? So going to you, Lydia, give us practical case studies on climate resilience, adaptation, and mitigation efforts.
Flora, that's a very wide and tough question, but perhaps
in housing.
Yes, in housing. And I'll just begin from right here where we are at. I'm sure we all enjoyed taking a walk just at the deck there, and we saw where the water is. So my question would be, is Lake Naivasha Resort climate resilient? I think the answer is as good as mine. And even going further, given the work that we are doing, part of the work we are doing at UNDP on biodiversity, I can already see a potential wildlife and human conflict. As you're enjoying watching the hippos, it also means at night, I can bet this resort has invested a lot in keeping those animals where they are at in the evening. So what that means is, for us as UNDP, most of our programs are around supporting policy development. We are working a lot with the government in terms of developing the policies around climate, that's the mitigation, around adaptation and resilience, and going even a little further also to support the very vulnerable communities that are exposed to the impacts of climate change. And then on biodiversity is then also supporting the government to look at where are we at in terms of the expenditures towards biodiversity, because we have to remember that our homes in the future are going to, our homes in the future are going to have a huge impact on nature, which we all depend on. And in that case, we have to consider then that the financing that's going towards this sector, whether it's a housing sector or whichever other sector that is going to be, that we consider nature, because it's going to be what we rely on in the future. So, so what then that means is a lot of money is still needed for us to make our housing sector to be resilient, and also to be the one that is contributing less emissions. As you have heard, it contributes up to even beyond the 40% of emissions globally, which means then we have to think about the materials we use. We also have to think about these homes that we are building, built in areas where we're not having to remove nature, for example, cut down trees so that we can build our homes. And if we are going to do that, so what else are we going to do then to make sure that we are not removing something that's going to be very helpful for us in the future? So, and of course then also thinking about that is a potential of financing. I think from the case study we had from Japan, if they're going to the market, they're able to raise up to 99% from the capital markets. For the financiers in this room, I think what that tells you is with green buildings is we are going to be able to mobilize more funding much faster and, of course, at scale.
Indeed, Lydia, and I think KMRC is a practical example because we came to the market to raise 3 billion, we got 8 billion. So what that tells us is that there's a lot of liquidity to support climate resilient housing. Going to you, Carol, how do you see the mortgage industry evolving, not only to improve home ownership, but also to promote healthier homes through better housing quality, energy efficiency, and access to well-planned communities? And as you do that, I know you've raised, you now have a sustainability framework. Are you planning to also participate on the supply side when it comes to supporting green developments, as we also support you on the demand side when it comes to end-user financing?
Thank you very much, Flora. So the first part of the question in terms of where the market is going to start evolving, I think you've rightly put, we've seen a lot of leaders taking charge and starting to think more green, start raising capital towards that. I think we had the KMRC bond that was done, totally oversubscribed. I know Habib here, they just launched a framework as well, a sustainability bond framework. I think Ken has just mentioned that Centum has also launched. I think that already tells you that it's beginning to be a live conversation, and it's likely that that's where the market will start going through. I liked the fact that DATE actually confirmed some of the criteria for you to get a mortgage in Japan. It's got to be green for you to get the 35-year fixed rate. So very soon you will see us passing that in the market. Are there adequate funds? We have a long way. I will tell you, I was reading a report. Kenya has got a deficit of about $62 billion by 2030 in terms of its climate budget. Only 13% of that can come from the local market. So will we need the international market? Yes, we will need. There'll be a lot of need for teams to work together. That's why in KCB we are working with the Ministry of Housing on a program called BCRAP. BCRAP is building climate resilience for the urban poor. And many people will ask why the urban poor. Anytime there are climate effects, anytime there's a flooding, the biggest crowd of people to be affected are the poor. Today, if you look at Kenya, 41% of the population, the urban population, live in slums. Yet we are a city, so nothing to be proud about. So we cannot ignore that in our housing agenda, even as we are thinking of where we are going to go next. So looking forward again, it's a readiness program, and it's cutting across several countries. Of course, with KCB being accredited with the Green Climate Fund, we do see ourselves positioning ourselves very well to be able to lobby. I think we'll be going to the United Kingdom for the UNGA, just to put in a proposal. So there's a lot of work to be done, but there's opportunity to be able to get these funds and start driving the conversations. But as leaders, I think we have a lot of responsibility. I'm happy to see that the leaders that are represented in this room are walking the talk, because that's what it will take. Somebody will have to create that framework. Somebody will have to go to the capital markets and raise that money. Somebody will have to go and do the work of looking for that catalytic fund to be able to create the kind of impact that we want to create. So Flora, it has started. It is going to change. And I think the presentation, if anything should change anyone's thinking, was the presentation from Date. He comes from another world that has gone through, you know, probably us, we are suffering from the effects, but he comes from in a world where climate change has, you know, affected them in a bigger way with a lot of results that have come in. So, yes.
Yes, indeed. To move the needle, we all have to play a role, and someone has to do it, right? And it starts with us, the financiers, KMRC, our developers, and also development finance institutions. So as I close this conversation, I would like each one of you to tell us one action that you can drive in the next 12 months to make healthy homes the default. Starting with you, Peter.
Thank you, Flora. I think first of all, the I noticed a few people were even unaware that we have that proposition, so we need to obviously communicate it a whole lot more. Two, I think that if we continue to encourage the fact that you can have alternative building technology that still results in having a healthy home. There was recently, I don't know how many of you saw that lady in Karen that was living on 1 acre, and some people were laughing at her house, but if you look at how she lives, she's been very deliberate about that. So we from a HFCB perspective, are keen to adopt alternative building technology that results in that, and we will champion that. We'll also support construction that results in EDGE certification and increase our partnerships with those that have done so. And finally, I think Wanjeri did comment around just ensuring there's sufficient funding for climate resilient housing at a scale that supports Kenya's urbanization goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Over to you, Ken.
Thank you. I think the first thing to do is for me to simplify these green, carbon neutral things. I also don't understand very well. And I think the general public barely knows what you're talking about, but want to find a way to communicate it in a way that it's understood specifically by the tenant. If the tenants are demanding houses that they can save or green, then it means what you're is being taken up, and what is the demand for green carries on. Thinking about it practically, Nairobi, for instance, has 1.6 million households. 90% of it are tenants. That means 1.4 million households lease these homes. 90% of that 1.4 million is supplied not by us who are here corporates, by individual developers. And they are the ones who have the capital to do it into the future. So the guys who have the greatest impact on this ecosystem need to be educated. That's why we need to communicate it in the simplest terms possible and show the benefit to the pocket. Finally, even as I said, we have 13 million homes in Kenya and 30,000 mortgages. So people do not necessarily take mortgage to fund their homes. We need to communicate it in an easier way. Thank you, I've spoken too much.
No, it's very much allowed. We need to understand this green carbon language. And every mortgage needs to translate into either a climate resilient mortgage or a green mortgage. I'll hand it to you, Lydia.
Well, I think I'm most impressed by the fact that the financiers, the developers are already seeing green buildings, not just one of the products, but something they are aiming to make it, to contribute to the targets of making all houses be carbon neutral by 2050. So that's a great, target for all of them. So from ourselves to UNDP, I think the role that we can play within the next 12 months would be supporting the financial institutions. One, to either do the project pipeline development. I think that's something we have good expertise and funding that we can be able to support. We could also support in mobilizing this catalytic green finance by structuring those instruments. So that's, we can be able to support by offering technical assistance, which then the private sector can be able to leverage on to then scale that green finance. And then, of course, where there is need be, also on policy development or enhancements. We currently have very good policies, but perhaps most of them need to be enhanced so that then they address the issues that we are currently facing.
Absolutely, Lydia, and thank you for that. I think it's very important, especially on the policy side, because we do see the government borrowing a lot from the development finance institution. And having heard from Japan, the government is taking the leading role in actually catalyzing this market, and it can only be done through policy reforms. So I will go to you, Carol.
Yeah, so I think I'll say for KCB, the ambition has been there. For a very long time, we've been very passionate about ensuring inclusivity, affordability, because we still believe that a house is really, it's a basic need that really gives any human being dignity. I don't know whether you're aware, but for the longest, we are the biggest provider of homes for public servants and civil servants. We've lent over 10,000 civil servants at between 3% and 5%. And part of it is, if you looked back, and even I think even now, public servants are the most lowly paid. And when we sat with government, we asked, what can we be able to do to have innovative products that enable civil servants, given the critical role that they play, being able to afford mortgages. And so for the longest, I think since the year 2006, and recently we just launched the one for the military, hoping to cover the over 50,000 military staff. But again, with the PPP that we have done with KMRC, with KCB being the second largest shareholder, again, that was a very deliberate move, and the reason why we came in as a shareholder, and big time, I remember Oltetia refunded my money back, which is okay. The reason was because we really want to drive the affordability agenda. But we are moving it an edge forward, and that's why for us, the launch of the sustainability bond framework was very, very key. Because when you think about housing, you must think about inclusion. If you look at our population in Kenya, 80% are youth. They are not in structured employment. So if you ignore that segment, they are MSMEs. The majority of them are MSMEs. And question is, who are the partners that we can work with to de-risk and still be enable that population that's very big own decent homes? So that's why for us that framework is very important, and that's why it covers not only the supply side, which again has also been ignored. I mean, KMRC has done a fantastic job on the demand side, but we have a gap on the supply side, the developers themselves. So we are hoping from the bond that again we'll be able to, and just to mention that we worked on this framework together with IFC and FSDA. And part of it is to see how, again, do we support developers, whether it's through EDGE certification, to bring up grid building so that we can cap it at that point of supply. I think when Date was presenting, you saw what happened when there was too much of the houses being done by just private without any monitoring. And we would want as KCB, if from an early point we can cap that by addressing green financing at design stage, then we'll have helped this country not to have to put up buildings that then have to be put down later. So yes, so inclusive, to just see more youth, more women being able to own a home, and the framework covers all that, because besides financing green buildings, we also got the aspect of affordable housing and social housing within the framework.
Thank you very much, Carol, especially for bringing about the aspect of inclusivity. So we do allow the PMLs to be as innovative as possible when it comes to channeling these finance. So aside from the public sector that Carol has talked about, there's also the informal sector. And Nyale talked about the risk-sharing facility that you've implemented so that you can support the PMLs in meeting the default risk halfway. There's also other products that are emerging from the market. We've seen Stima Sacco coming up with Sharia compliant products. So in addition to green, there are other products that we want the PMLs to also promote in order to ensure inclusivity when it comes to housing finance. So ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from the stakeholders. They're actually the ones involved in moving the needle, and we can only work together in ensuring that we move the needle to create impact. So from now, I hand it back to our MC, who is standing there because I've surpassed her time, to take over the session.
Thank you so much, Flora and the panelists, for doing such a great job. Can you appreciate them? Can we all appreciate them? Thank you so much. Okay. Indeed, sustainability is no longer a nice to have. It is central to affordability, to quality of life, and to resilience. So thank you for taking us through that. And because of time, please allow me not to have you ask questions so that we can move for lunch and come back for our final session in the afternoon. But even as we do that, I'd like the team here to take a photo together. And then I will call Stella to help us appreciate our panelists. Yes, Stella, HFCB. Yes, to appreciate our panelists and moderator for the good job they have done. And as Stella appreciates them, part of the platform we provide as KMRC is to encourage continued collaboration and partnership. Stella, you can proceed. I think they have taken the photos. Yes. Yes, even Flo, you are getting a gift. Yeah, you have moderated the session very well. Thank you. Yeah. So as part of KMRC is to encourage continued collaboration and partnerships, because we realize and recognize that housing ecosystem is a dichotomy of various partners, stakeholders, value chain actors, and with that in mind, we have one of our partners, SHAFDB, who on the sidelines would just like to have an MOU with Japan Housing Agency. And we will invite Abby Agina just for 5 minutes for them to just share with the team what the MOU is about, even as we break for lunch. We will take about 50 minutes, but I will guide on that. Abby?
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are approaching lunch, but we are going to make this next process quite fast. And just calling on the KMRC team to help us on stage so that we can get the table on stage as we prepare for signing ceremony between Shelter Afrique Development Bank as well as the Japanese Finance Housing Agency, who are with us today. And this simply goes to confirm that we are not just all about talk. We want to see action. And someone was saying yesterday, actually this was the PS Housing, PS Hinga. He gave us some homework. And today, Shelter Afrique is confirming that our homework is done. And we'd love to invite on stage the team from the Japan Housing Finance Agency to just be upstanding and join us on the platform. And then I'd like to invite on stage our Head of Partnerships, Dr. Gambo, as well as our MD, Mr. Habib, to come on stage. Thank you. All right, let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this very important signing. And this signing is very critical for us as an institution, because as Shelter Afrique Development Bank, we are championing the agenda of affordable housing across Africa. And this is a technical cooperation agreement between the Shelter Afrique Development Bank and the Japan Housing Finance Agency. And just to give you some quick highlights about this cooperation, it will basically be to establish a framework for cooperation between Shelter Afrique Development Bank and the Japan Housing Finance Agency. And we'll be majorly doing a lot on housing, finance, and urban development. And of course, the Japanese have been quite critical in regards to shaping the Africa cooperation in the built environment. One more time, another round of applause to the team. So at this juncture, they'll exchange the documents, and then we'll have the witnesses to also sign, as they will be standing behind the witnesses. We have our witness, Dr. Gambo, to sign. Yeah. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yeah. So at this point, I'd like to just quickly allow our MD to just say a quick word, and then we'll have an exchange of gifts.
I think, since we are receiving, we should have the guest speak first.
I'm so delighted to have this opportunity to increase our cooperative relationship with Shelter Afrique, and I'm totally think that Shelter Afrique will be your guide to have access to Japan, and hope we collaborate more to make a better housing market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is a long journey for us since we were in Japan a couple of years ago at the TICAD with the African heads of states that challenged us to see how much can we learn from the Japanese market, and how can we develop relationships with Japanese players, just like JHF, the Japanese Housing Finance Agency, and other institutions in Japan to develop our housing market. Like you've seen in the presentation earlier by Mr. Date-san, basically Japan has gone through a process, right? And they started talking about addressing the housing gap, so just providing houses. And then they moved from that to talk about improving the quality of life. So they're not at the stage of addressing housing gaps. It's about how do we improve people's lives. And I really like what my sister Caroline was just talking about, referring to that. In Africa, what we're doing today would affect discussions in the future on sustainability, green, and all of that. We all know Africa have more than 50 million housing deficit. If you assume a home price is about $25,000, just to be very conservative, right? $25,000, which is very difficult to find. Just do the math. You need $1.3 trillion. More than $1 trillion of financing just to build the 50 million housing deficit on the continent. Now, for Kenya, 2 million housing deficit today, growing 200,000 every year. You can do the math as well at $25,000. So the amount of funding that is required is huge. Now, the deficit is so large. If you have to address this deficit with bricks and mortar without taking into account the sustainability, the green, and all of that, basically the carbon emissions due to that construction process of the 50 million and growing every year would negate most all the efforts that are being done to address climate change in other areas and other sectors. Like you said, Caroline, 40% of carbon emissions is coming from buildings globally. So we have to build sustainably. So what Japan has presented today is really that journey that we need to think about today, not tomorrow, because it will be too late tomorrow. So this is why this partnership is very strategic for Shelter Africa Development Bank, being the only multilateral development bank solely focusing on financing and promoting affordable, sustainable housing on the continent. With 44 member states and shareholders, Kenya is our headquarters, where we are for the past 45 years. And for us, it's key to really have this partnership, because the partnership covers many areas. And one of them that is critical is funding. So we will be working with the Japanese Housing Finance Agency. They just mentioned 99% of the bond emissions in the capital markets are sustainable and green. So we will be working closely with them to bring that capacity on the continent. And also, from a fundraising perspective, Japanese investors are very interested in sustainability sort of instruments from capital markets. So we'll be issuing samurai bonds in the future in collaboration with our partners here for our African counterparts, for our African institutions, the banks that are in the room, the KCBs and others, and the institutions like KMRC, the TMRC, Tanzania Mortgage Refinance Company, CEO is in the room, my good brother, and CRH, which is a mortgage refinance company for the CFA countries in West Africa, across the continent. So this is really, it will be a platform that will be setting up to generate this source of funding, which is actually very competitive, because if you look at the Japanese bond markets issuances, the samurai bonds, you cannot have any more competitive in terms of cost and issuance yields anywhere else in the world than in Japan, because they yield hungry, right? This is a mature economy, and they're looking to invest further globally. So we'll be working on that, on sustainability bonds. Caroline mentioned our sustainability bond framework that Shelter Afrique has recently issued, and that framework has been rated to the best standards by S&P ratings, S&P Global Ratings. So it meets all the criteria for the International Bond Market Associations, ICMA, International Climate Market Association, etc. So that means that Shelter Afrique Sustainability Bond Framework is ready to be used for any bond issuances that we're doing, including the one that's going on right now in West Africa for CFA market that I was talking about, and the one that's coming up for East Africa, the $500 million equivalent in local currency in the 4 markets, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. All of them will be sustainability bonds. So we'll be working closely with our partners to do this, but there are many other things in terms of capacity building, technical assistance that the Japanese counterparts would help provide to our member countries and member institutions and private sector in the room, be it on the supply side or demand side. So one more time, we are very proud of this partnership and looking forward to really start executing on this partnership with a clear timeline, roadmap, and really grow our affordable housing and sustainable housing space. Thank you so much again to our Japanese counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, MD. So in our African tradition, we always like to give a gift to our visitors. And my dear sister, Montserrat, you'll help us with this. And Gibson. Just a minute. Let's have the table moved.
Thank you. We really appreciate our partners and the collaborations that continue as we engage the delegates at the conference. As they finalize on that, we are going to take a 45-minute break to go for lunch, You will get your lunch vouchers just at the exit on the 2 doors, and we shall continue with the conversation thereafter. So,
Can Oltetia come on stage? I would love to get Oltetia for a quick photo.
Yes, please. Mr. CEO, please join us. Joe, my great brother. And really thanking Joe, the team, KMRC, for giving us this platform and opportunity to really work with our global partners, and looking forward to work with KMRC and everybody else. Please, and you can say a word.
My skin, heat still in the sand, footprints in a slow line. You reach for my hand, stars low hanging heavy, drums far in the dark. Your laugh in the silence, a soft little spark. Kalahari night groove. desert feels like the sea. Smoke curls from the fire, voices hum and fade. You spin in the shadows, neon necklace you made. Sand stuck to your ankle, gold dust on your face. Oh, I'm drunk on the rhythm and the taste of this place. Kalahari night groove, bodies moving, nothing to prove. Slow sway, bare feet in the dew. We're dancing with the moon. Kalahari night groove, losing time, but I'm finding you. Hot-headed, cool eyes on me. This desert feels like the sea. Tell me where your heartbeat hides. Is it in your hips, in your wild bright eyes? Hey! Every step you take, I chase. Draw your name in the red night sky. Kalahari night groove, bodies moving, nothing to prove. Slow sway, bare feet in the dew. We're dancing with the moon. Oh, Kalahari night groove, losing time, but I'm finding you. One night, two souls in tune. Kalahari under this moon. Sun on the pavement, old shoes on the line, kids drawing futures in chalk that won't dry. Loose shirt, deep pockets, but my hands in the air, letting the day decide where I go, who I am. Freedom Day, let it flow, let it flow. Hey. Snap time, slow time, move how it goes. Loose change, big dreams in these second-hand clothes. Freedom Day, let it flow, let it flow. Busker on the corner, that loose, crooked grin, hat full of small bills, heart full of big wins, laughs in the cafe, spill out to the street. I dance on the sidewalk too late. second hand clothes. Freedom Day, let it flow, let it flow. One breath, one step, that's the tempo I choose. If time is a river, I'm kicking off my shoes. Salt on my skin, coffee in a chip blue cup, boardwalk waking, old wood creaks. You laugh, the gulls all answer back. Coastal breeze fusion, you and I, tide and confusion. Everything's slow, everything's smooth. Heart in my hammock, swinging toward you. Coastal breeze fusion, sun-drunk thoughts in motion. We drift, we choose, we move to this coastal breeze with you. Oh yeah. Sand in the sheets, playlist humming from your phone. You draw maps on my shoulder to places we haven't gone. Oh, coastal breeze fusion, you and I, tide and confusion. Everything's slow, everything's smooth. Heart in a hammock, swinging toward you. Ah, coastal breeze fusion, sun-drunk thoughts in motion. plastic cup still strong. You laugh too loud, I pretend I'm mine. Table on the pavement, world sliding behind. Cape Town sunset groove. We move, shadows on you loose, right next to you. Don't care what we prove, just lean, just lean. Cape Town sunset groove. Feels like we're 17. Traffic comes low over there, the mountain glows. Kids kick a flat ball in the parking close. Your head on my shoulder as the sky burns gold. You say keep this moment so I don't let go. Cape Town sunset groove. We move, shadows long and loose, right next to you. Don't care what we prove, just lean, just lean. Cape Town sunset groove. Feels like we're 17. Before the dark shows teeth, one more story set against my cheek. If all we ever get is this colored sky, I'd still choose this corner every single time. Yeah. Cape Town sunset groove. We move, shadows long and loose, right next to you. Don't care what we prove, just leave, just leave. Cape Town sunset groove. Stay here with me. Sand in my shoes, salt on my tongue. Cheap red wine, plastic cup still strong. You laugh too loud, I pretend I'm mine. Table on the pavement, world sliding behind. Cape Town sunset groove. We move, shadows long and loose, right next to you. Don't care what we prove, just lean. Cape Town sunset groove. Feels like we're 17. Feels like we're 17. Traffic hums low over there, the mountain glows. Kids kick a flat ball in the parking close. Your head on my shoulder we're 17. One more hour before the dark shows teeth. One more story set against my cheek. If all we ever get is this colored sky, I'd still choose this corner every single time. Cape Town sunset cruise. We move shadows long and loose. Right next to you, don't care what we prove. Just lean, Cape Town sunset cruise. Stay here with me. Stay here with me. Red robot, windows open. Taxi hooter sings in time. Street hawkers laughing at the corner. Zancy air, dust and jasmine. You on loudspeaker talking nonsense. I just drive, smile and glide. Gold reef glow on your profile picture feels like home. On the N1 side, Johannesburg night flow, city in my bloodstream, rolling through the high rise, chasing our small dreams. Josie when the lights low, everything in slow motion. Say my name soft, then go. You're my favorite commotion, yeah. Hillbrow towers in the mirror, rain bars spilling on the top. You say you miss the kid in me, he still parks outside your yard. Takeaways on the dashboard cooling, your voice dancing with the breeze. You say one more chance, then laughter. I say come see me in the east. Hey, Johannesburg night flow, city in my bloodstream, rolling through the high rise, chasing our small dreams. Josie when the lights low, everything in slow motion. Say my name soft, then go. You're my favorite commotion. Quiet suburb, dogs start barking. You enslaved. days clocked out. Flip-flops hang from my left hand now. Sea on my right, whole town on my left. Salt on my collar and sand on my breath. Durban, keep my secrets, wash 'em out with the tide. Let that shoreline shuffle, loosen up my pride. Sip this evening slowly, let the last light slide. Durban coastal jazz in my lazy stride. Ghost talk trash over taxi horns. Kids kick goals till the sky goes on. Old man laughs at the stories he bends. Cards on a crate in the pocket of friends. Durban, keep my secrets, wash 'em out with the tide. Let that shoreline shuffle, loosen up my pride. Oh yeah, sip this evening slowly, let the last light slide. Durban coastal jazz in my lazy stride. I'm late for nothing, right on time for this. Fingers on glass, lips on the rim, small kiss. Trouble can call, I let it ring, ring twice. Life tastes better with a touch of spice. Hey, wash 'em out with the tide. Let that shoreline shuffle, loosen up my pride. Oh yeah, sip this evening slowly, let the last light slide. Durban coastal jazz in my lazy stride. Sun on the corrugated roofs, steam from the pot in the yard. Kids chase a flat faded ball. Your laugh cuts through it all. You sway in that Sunday dress, dust kicking up at your feet. Bare hands keeping perfect time, like you're drumming on my heartbeat. Soweto, so real. You got my blood singing your name. Every step you take, right there in the shake of your frame. Soweto, so rhythm. You turn this red road into gold when you move like that. I feel my shy heart grow bold. Oh yeah. Old man's radio by the gate crackles out some crooked tune. You fix it with a gentle tap, then dance like you're chasing the moon. Neighbors leaning becomes my home. Late night, 'cause the air's so warm. Street cats calling out my name. Uberman outside has his blink. Uberman impatient, petrol stink. Mama say drive safe, don't drink. I just laugh, say relax. I think, hey, plastic cup sweating in my hand. New white kicks, dust on the band. Man them deep, we move as a clan. Gate brow open, we part of the plan. Zanzi midnight session. We don't rush, we don't question. Let the gossip fade, confession after confession. Side eye, slow wine, this my favorite kind of lesson. Ooh, we alive in the pressure. Zanzi midnight session. Ooh, DJ's cousin at the door with a list. Says my name wrong, still blow me a kiss. Cigarette sparks draw shapes in the mist. X in the corner trying hard to exist. Yo, brain boy arguing about his brain. Girl from Davidson just wants to dance. Phones on flight mode, vibes on demand. We all broke but look so advanced. Oh, Zanzi midnight session. We don't rush, we don't question. Let the gossip fade, confession after confession. Side eye, slow wine, this my favorite kind of lesson. Ooh, we alive in the pressure. Zanzi midnight session. Who's that calling me outside? Number that I never say. I just let it ring and die. I'm staying in this way. 2 a.m. taxi lights crawl. Someone prays out back by the wall. Somebody laughs till they almost fall. We all hurting, but we still answer the call, yeah. Zanzi midnight session. We don't rush, we don't question. Let the gossip fade, confession after confession. Side eye, slow wine, this my favorite kind of lesson. Ooh, we alive in the pressure. Zanzi midnight session. Really light on your face. We pulled off the road just to stare at the space. Clouds like a looked over the town. Your laughter climbed higher while the fall rolled down. Table Mountain echoes, calling our names back slow. Every shout we threw came home to us as true. If I ever lose my way, I'll listen for that day. Table Mountain echoes, saying you're okay. Dust on our shoes, cheap coffee in your hand. You've traced in the dirt some impossible plan. Said one day we'll leave, then you grin, not yet. Some promises fade, there's one stayed in my chest. Table Mountain echoes, calling our names back slow. Every shout we threw came home to us as truth. If I ever lose my way, I'll listen for that day. Table Mountain echoes, saying you're okay. Years in between us, like valleys and plains. Still I hear you humming in the wind before rain. I talk to the silence, ask what I should do. The mountain answers, and it sounds like you. Oh, Table Mountain echoes, calling our names back slow. Every shout we threw came home to us as truth. If I ever lose my way, I'll listen for that day. Table Mountain echoes, saying you're okay. Carves to red sand on my shoes, lemons and charcoal in the air. Old man playing cards by the road, your head on my shoulder, no rush, just there. Baobab sunset jazz, orange sky melting slow. Sip that bittersweet glass, let the long day let go. Baobab sunset jazz, we lean back, we don't ask why. Just your laughter in that hazy glow. as the birds cut across the sky. Kids chase a beat-up rubber ball. Goats wander through the dust. Radio crackles from a window grate. You hum along soft and rough. Baobab sunset jazz. Orange sky melting slow. Sip that bittersweet glass. Let the long day let go. Baobab sunset jazz. We lean back, we don't ask why. Just your laughter in that hazy glow as the birds cut across the sky. On your lips you sway. All the noise drifts away. Baobab sunset jazz. Orange sky melting slow. Sip that bittersweet glass. Let the long day let go. Baobab sunset jazz. If this night's all we ever have, hold that moment in your hands. Neath the baobab sunset jazz. Dust on the sneakers, sun on the taxi roof. Kids chasing shadows, sidewalk feels bulletproof. Smoke from the bright stand, laughs in a plastic cup. Your hand on my shoulder, whole block showing up. This is that township groove fusion, heartbeats in perfect confusion. Left foot, right foot, dust rising. We all move the same. Township groove fusion, round and round, oh conclusion. Your smile, my spin, crowd sliding. Everybody knows my name. Hey, hey, hey. Cables like spider webs, posters on every wall. You say my dreams too big, I say we own them all. Street vendor shouting turns into harmony. We sway between car horns, you leaning close to me, oh yeah. This is that township groove fusion, heartbeats in perfect confusion. Your smile must been cross-sliding. Everybody knows my name. Spin me where the alleys meet. Skies cracked open loud and sweet. Clap once, clap twice, then freeze. Feel that rush beneath our feet. This is that township groove fusion. Heartbeats in perfect confusion. Left foot, right foot, dust rising. We all move the same. This is that township groove fusion. Round and round, no conclusion. Your smile must been cross-sliding. Tonight this blocks our stage. Hey! Dust on my shoes, sun in my teeth when I grin. You spin that straw hat slow, say you coming or you staying in. Your laugh kicks up the sand, bare feet tracing lazy rings. There's mango on your fingers, trouble in the way you sing. Golden Savannah swing. You pull me out, you pull me in. Round and round that circle of red earth. I lose my name, I lose my worth to your golden Savannah swing. Heart soft beat, but moving in sync. If this is wrong, don't let it end. Spin me again, spin me again. Goats on the hillside stare, old man tapping time on the crate. Kids chase our shadows, betting how long till it's too late. You steal the sky from me just by lifting up your chin. Storm clouds at the edges, but here we just keep leaning in. Oh, golden Savannah swing. You pull me out, you pull me in. Round and around that circle of red earth. I lose my name, I lose my word to your golden Savannah swing. Heart soft beat, but moving in sync. If this is wrong, don't let it end. Spin me again, spin me again. If the rain comes, let it. We'll just dance in the red-brown stream. If the night falls, let it. We'll still glow like a fieldside dream. Yeah. You pull me out, you pull me in. Round and around that circle of red earth. I lose my name, I lose my word to your golden Savannah swing. system's got a rhythm, a steady, gentle beat. But sometimes, honey, something just ain't feeling sweet. I click and I'm waiting a little too long, it seems. Lost in a sea of updates and half-forgotten dreams. Oh, the Linux blues got me feeling low when my packages just won't go. Ubuntu, my dear, why do you tease with your open source heart and your closed source please? I tried to install a program, a simple little thing, ended up in the terminal where the wild commands all sing. A sudo here, a chmod there, a cryptic little line. My patience, like my bandwidth, begins to decline. Oh, the Linux blues, oh, it got me feeling low when my packages just won't go, just won't go. Ubuntu, my dear, why do you tease with your open source heart and your closed source please? They say it's all so free, honey, a digital paradise. But sometimes freedom costs a dime or twice. I just want my music playing, my browser to behave, before I throw this whole darn laptop into a digital grave. Oh, the Linux blues got me feeling low when my packages just won't go. Ubuntu, my dear, why do you tease with your open source heart and your closed source please? Gray sky over Paul Kruger, taxi horns in a sleepy queue. Steam rises from the pavement, like the town's trying to start anew. Plastic bags in a puddle, kids trace rivers with their shoes. My coffee shaking in its paper cup, thinking hard about me and you. Rain over Pretoria, washing the dust of yesterday. Every drop writes your name down the windscreen, then it fades. Rain over Pretoria, filling the cracks we never claimed. If this storm keeps hanging on, maybe we can do the same. Your jacket on the back of my chair still holds a hint of your perfume. The radio mumbles the headlines, but your silence owns the room. Taxis splash at the corner, a vendor covers up his stand. I rehearse the words I never said, let them fall like water from my hands. Rain over Pretoria, washing the dust of yesterday. Every drop writes your name down the windscreen, then it fades. Rain over Pretoria, filling the cracks we never claimed. If this storm keeps hanging on, maybe we can do the same. If I call, will you answer? If I call, will you stay? Thunder rolling over rooftops says there's still time today. Rain over Pretoria, washing the dust of yesterday. Washing the dust of yesterday. Every drop writes your name down the windscreen, then it fades. Rain over Pretoria, Pretoria, filling the cracks we never claimed. If this storm keeps hanging on, maybe we can do the same. Warm dust on my skin, heat still in the sand. Footprints in the slow line. You reach for my hand. Stars low, hanging heavy. Drums far in the dark. Your laugh in the silence, a soft little spark. Kalahari night groove, bodies moving, nothing to prove. Slow sway, bare feet in the dew. We're dancing with the step, you take a chase. Draw your name in the red night sky. Kalahari night view, darkness moon, nothing to prove. So sweet, bare feet in the dune, we're dancing with the moon. Oh yeah, Kalahari night view, losing time, losing time, losing time, losing time, losing time. Kalahari. Under this moon. Sun on the pavement, old shoes on the line, kids drawing futures in chalk that won't dry. Loose shirt, deep pockets, but my hand.
Let us settle down, let us get in. We would like to start the afternoon session. All right, I can see we are settling down. We would like to start. Thank you. All right, I hope we had a wonderful lunch and we also had an opportunity to talk to each other and network as well. So welcome to the second part of day 2. And to start us off is a panel discussion that will talk to us about our how to build faster, smarter, without treating quality, sustainability, and community as negotiable. So the panel discussion will be about building smarter and faster. I would like to welcome Mr. Josea Cheriot, who's the Head of Research, Strategy and Communications at the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. Tafadhali tumpigie makofi akikuja huku juu. He will then bring up front his panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome back from lunch. I hope we did all enjoy the lunch that was served. So good afternoon, and as we turn to this session, what I can promise you is yet another interesting panel discussion. For the last 2 days, we've had conversations on how we support home ownership in a manner that is inclusive and sustainable. And I think just to reflect on the keynote that was presented to us by the PS State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Charles Hinga, he framed the challenge before us very clearly and stated that the country does not need simply more units. What we need are units that are affordable, more ownership opportunities, and in the words of the PS, he did talk about the delivery equation that we must solve
And more importantly, in his address, he identified 5 variables that are very critical in the delivery equation. One of those being well located and serviced land. 2 is a housing supply that can achieve scale while lowering the unit cost of production. 3 is a long-term and affordable finance, which KMRC, through the partnering or participating primary mortgage lenders, is doing. 4 is ownership options that reflect the labor market structure, the informal versus formal sector. And lastly, partnerships that bring these elements together. And that diagnosis in itself leads us to the focus of this afternoon panel discussion on building smarter, building faster, and exploring the innovative pathways through which we can bring to scale the units to meet the increasingly widening housing deficit that we are all aware about. So specifically, this panel will answer in the most practical terms the question, how can we make housing delivery system work faster, more efficiently, and at a price point that Kenyan households can afford. So I have the pleasure and honor of introducing to you a distinguished panel of industry captains. When you look at what's projected on the screen, these are industry captains who are moving the needle on the supply side of the housing ecosystem. And each approaches the delivery equation from the supply side of the housing ecosystem in ways that are transforming affordable housing agenda in the country. I know I could spend a significant part of this afternoon reading the profiles of the distinguished panel and still not do justice to the depth of experience that they bring. So in the interest of time, I'll not read their profiles, but allow me to call them on stage. And as I introduce the panelists on stage, we have a 1-minute video each that will give us an intro before we dive into the discussions this afternoon. So let me begin with Ms. Mina, the commercial director at Unity Homes, to join us on stage. And as she comes on stage, I request you that you join me, bring her to stage and ask her, the technical team, as
Unity
well
Homes
to play
is a housing developer,
video,
and we focus on creating
Homes.
high-grade investment properties.
We were founded in 2015 really with the aim of producing high-quality homes at an affordable price. At present, we have 3 projects ongoing within Tartu City.
Silver Hill is a passion project. I love that London-style architecture.
The ground floor is a dining room, living room, open plan kitchen. The whole thing opens up into your own private garden.
So we've got a gym, we've got a swimming pool, we've got a sauna, we've got a business centre, but we've also got a private park. We make sure that these are pleasant places to bring up families.
Thank you, and allow me again to welcome on stage our second panelist, Mr. Kioi Wamba, who's the Managing Director of the International Housing Solutions. And as he comes to stage, I also ask the technical team to help me play the 1-minute video.
At International Housing Solutions Kenya, we are building communities where people can genuinely put down roots and thrive together. Through our flagship projects, Muzistawi in Garden City and Muzisalama in Tbilisi, we are creating spaces designed with real connection in mind, offering affordable green homes tailored for the way you live. Your next chapter starts right here, because a true home is about so much more than just 4 walls. It is about a safe place to grow, a place to connect, and a true sense of belonging.
Welcome on stage, and thank you. Our next panelist is Mr. Kevin Waweru, who's the commercial director at Mivida. A round of applause as he comes on stage, and the technical team as well. Thank you and welcome. So our next panelist is Honorable Suleiman Shabal, the chairman and founder of Gulf Cup Group of Companies. A round of applause as he comes on stage, and welcome. Thank you. And finally, Boniface Ngochi, the Acting General Manager, Fund Services, who's representing Mr. Joe Mutugu, the CEO of the Affordable Housing Board.
In Kenya's slums, families pay more for less.
Maji ni ile ya kwenda kwa barabara kushota rainbow, ukatingiza ngine unapotea 15. Stima ndio nayo kusumbua kidogo. Sasa ni ndio maisha tunaishi.
Mimi naitwa Geoffrey Odhiambo. Nilikuwa naishi hapa ni Mukuru upande wa Riara. Maisha hapa ilikuwa ngumu. By the way, tumezaliwa hapa lakini tumekuwa tukipitia changamoto mingi sana. Drainage iko very poor, nakuta maji mengia mpaka kwa nyumba. Tulikuwa na challenge ya stima juu tunatumia stima ile ya sambaza. Hiyo stima most of time unakuta kwamba inashikanishwa na mabati, so inaleta mambo ya shock. Kama kuna shida tumekuwa nayo hapa, challenge kubwa ni mambo ya security. Kwa sababu security ya hapa ilikuwa tu ni wewe mwenyewe unajibebea maisha.
Wakati mwingine hata kama ni kwenda kukatiwa mboga pale kwa kibanda, yale maji pale si masafi, maana yamepita kwenye mitaro. Inaleta shida sana katika mili zetu.
This is the poverty penalty. Today, that story is changing. Adequate housing is more than four walls. It is dignity, safety, and opportunity. That is why every affordable housing project is carefully located, close to transport, workplaces, schools, and markets, ensuring families can thrive and not just survive. From Embu to Kakamega, from Kisumu's Lumumba to Mombasa's Nyali, we are building communities, not just houses. Women fundis are reshaping construction, earning 5 times more than before. Juakali artisans working with government contracts for the first time. This is dignity through work. Behind every housing block is a human story. From Mukuru to Kibera, from Buxton to Kishugu, the affordable housing program is not just changing skylines, it's changing lives.
With the introduction of affordable housing, we are able to plan about our production, to be able to deliver still on time.
The affordable housing program is reaching every corner of Kenya. Through the affordable housing program, over 330,000 jobs have already been created, with a target of 640,000. Juakali artisans are supplying fittings worth 11 billion shillings.
Today, we are giving you keys, not just to open a door, not just to open a house, but to open a home, to welcoming you into dignity, into a different life.
Tulikuwa tunaishi mahali ambapo kuna matope, mahali kuna shida, kuna mvua ikinyesha, unakuta there's poor drainage.
My panel is contributing to addressing the housing deficit, which we are told is increasing by 200,000 every year. And the composition of the panel brings on board the important role of partnerships in addressing the housing challenge, right from government and the private sector. And which is why the conversation around building smarter, building faster is really very critical and timely as we ensure that the demand that is increasing by virtue of rapid urbanization and population growth is being addressed. So to my panelists, the first question that I would want each one of you to share a perspective on, drawing on your institution's own journey, how you're facilitating developments that are smarter, faster, while keeping sustainability at the center. I think prior to this panel discussion, we had a discussion around sustainability with the ambition to be a net zero by 2050, at least from the presentation from UG Date, from Japan. I know African governments and the Kenyan government also has committed under the nationally determined contributions to reduce the carbon agenda, which is why then sustainability must remain at the center. So I want to start with Boniface Ngochi. How is the Affordable Housing Board facilitating smarter and faster supply of affordable housing units while keeping sustainability at the center?
Good afternoon. Okay, as it has been said, I'm Boniface Goshi from the Affordable Housing Board, and I'm delighted to be part of this discussion. And starting, I would like to congratulate KMRC for this opportunity of talking about affordable housing. Really, affordable housing, from the Affordable Housing Board, that's what we each and every day talk about, affordable housing. So Affordable Housing Act was enacted in 2024, and with it was created the Affordable Housing Board where I work. And the main objective of the affordable housing is to facilitate development of affordable housing, institutional housing, and associated social and physical infrastructure. I know you have just seen a 1-minute video. It was not 1-minute video. I know it has taken more than that. But I know you can associate with the kind of transformation which we have just seen. People who are living in slum areas, but now they are living in livable neighborhoods where they are enjoying dignity of life. So that is all what the kind of vision the Affordable Housing Board is speaking to. Now coming home to the subject of the day, on what affordable housing is doing in terms of building faster. The first thing we are doing, we have embraced what we call standardized designs. We have brought on board a design studio. These are private consultants. And in all our locations where we are doing projects, we are speaking of the same design. This has enabled for us to be able to build to scale, to also save on time. The other thing which we have also done to build faster is to bring together the conversation, because like when we rolled out Mukuru phase 1, the one we have just seen, property managers, because these are the issue of smart building smarter. The other area which we are looking at is the issue of coordination. And this one is where now the affordable housing comes on board, because one, the affordable housing is the body which is ultimately the money which is collected from housing levy. It is given to the board, and the board does the distribution. So on the part of the financing, the board is able now to finance projects better, and we are able now to enhance on issues of project management. We are having efficiency, effectiveness, and most of our projects are, you find, not unlike the way we know government projects, the way they stall. Now we are able now to see projects committing to strict timelines of say 20.
Kevin, already to share perspectives on what they are doing to achieve building faster, building smarter.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Kelvin Oweru from MIBIDA. Now, you'll notice from the video that we ran regarding MIBIDA, we have what we'll call in our local language a githeri of offerings. So we have products that will mimic what the Affordable Housing Board is doing. So it's called the Keza brand. Then we have mid-market products, similar to what our flagship project at Garden City Amaya is. And to the tail end, you have what appears to be in the premium segment, which is a project that we're neighbors with Mina at Statu City. So for us to be able to deliver products over multiple segments, standardization, as mentioned by Mr. Boniface, is one key factor. So how do we standardize different facets and ensure our institutional nature in developing and delivery of these projects is up to par? So I'll go back to the design phase. So internally, we run a 275-day monetization period, and I'll unpack that. In principle, from when we visit a greenfield site to when it's shovel ready, it's basically 9 months. So one way of closing the gap and building faster is during that monetization period that encompasses 3 key factors. Because we are an off-plan or rather pre-construction sale developer, we have to do something that's called market validation. We also have to refine our designs to a level that they can actually be shovel ready for you to have to go to tender and all those things with regard to procurement. At the same time, we have multiple stakeholders, regulatory bodies, that need to grant us approvals in various stages, but all within a 9-month window. On the further end of the consumer journey, so we also have an in-house built CRM system that moves a lead. Those of us who in marketing will understand how the funnel works, up to the point where they take possession of the keys. All their information, all their interactions are through that system. Now, why is that important? It's because given the fragmented nature of our real estate market and where we play as a private developer, we also depend on building customer loyalty. So how else do we market validate faster our future projects? It means our customer relations in terms of an index has to be very high. So that helps us in that shape and form. Lastly, the 46,000 units that we have in active pipeline, together with the 1,800 odd that are under construction today, and over the 800 units we've already handed over to the respective homeowners, they are all IFC Edge certified. What does that mean? That means we can approach DFIs, which we're already doing. We can approach pension funds. We can approach our friends such as Habib at ShafDB. We can approach banking products that are focused on the green bond mechanism to improve our liquidity and start construction of that future pipeline earlier. I think with that, more or less summarizes in principle, adding to what my colleague has said.
Thank you very much. And clearly, again, the role of standardization in scaling and building faster is really coming out clearly. Next, I want to invite Honorable Suleiman Shabal to also share his perspectives.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is always very difficult to have a panel discussion after lunch. Particularly for the people at the back, you can sleep comfortably without being noticed. Now, Jose, I have to admit one thing. I was absolutely terrified to come here. Because when we came here in the morning, the first thing they did was to make us dance. Now, I was afraid that should switch on some song from Shakira and expect some belly dancing here, which I'm not qualified to do. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad that this meeting is a meeting of different stakeholders, from builders to financiers to regulators to KMRC, which we thank you for inviting us here. And for us at Gulf Cap, we see the whole housing equation revolves around three things. Number one is the supply of housing. Can we, as an industry, and I'm now not talking about Gulf Cap, I'm talking about all of us, can we, as an industry, bring down the cost of housing as much as possible? And fortunately, government facilitated that by giving us land, by giving us VAT breaks, by some tax breaks, most of which have now disappeared. So we have managed as an industry to lower the prices down. The challenge now comes in the demand side, because you can build a house for 3 million shillings, but if the mortgage is 50,000 shillings, the ordinary Mwananchi cannot afford that. The Kenya Bureau of Standards say that the people earning above 50,000 in Kenya is only 3 to 5%. So the minute your mortgage is at 50,000, you've limited your market substantially. So I think our biggest challenge as a group is how do we make these mortgages affordable? But for us, there's a third component which people don't talk about, and that is the lifestyle. Because we can build all the skyscrapers in town, if we don't focus on the lifestyle of the people living there, we will end up creating vertical slums. And in Europe today, you go to Europe, you go to the States, you go everywhere, beautiful, nice landscapers, they are all slums, vertical slums, full of crime, full of rats, full of you name it. Now, our company is sharply focused on lifestyle. Where will the children play? You see, I can't change the size of the apartment because we're limited to the price that we have to give. Where will those young children play? Will they play in a safe environment? Will they play in a position where I can look out of the window and see my child playing there? Where will the teenagers play? Where will the adults entertain themselves? So our whole focus was focused on how do we create a community with a very nice lifestyle. When I said we're going to build an Olympic-sized swimming pool, people were absolutely, no way, Jose, that's too expensive. You know, this is affordable. I said, Hapana, we are going to build a swimming pool. We built running tracks. We built basketball courts. And then in our sales agreement, we put in one condition. When you buy a house, you must plant a tree. And everybody signed, they didn't think about it. The day the tree planting came, I just said one thing. I said, as you plant the tree today, remember, 20 years from today, you'll be bringing your grandchildren and telling them, I planted that tree. And what happened? We created a project in Mombasa that is so incredibly beautiful. Everybody comes from all over the world to benchmark against it. And 2 years ago, my team was in Namibia attending an African housing conference. And then they suddenly hear Gulf Cap. And they're sitting at the back there trying to avoid. And they found out that we have won the best affordable housing developer in Africa. I think it's a great achievement. So I urge this community here. The supply side is taken care of, the demand side is taken care of. Now we take our team to Dubai and we show them 2 projects. One project is called Discovery Gardens, where the developer put a lot of attention to the soft things that we're talking about, the lifestyle, the gardens, where the children will play, the garbage collection, all these things. That project is a fantastic project 20 years after it was built. The same developer built another project called International City. Nice, beautiful towers with different designs, actually a beautiful project. But they did not pay any attention to lifestyle. Those towers have become slums. So from my perspective, Hosea, I think as we approach this housing challenge, we urge you to look at the lifestyle. Because you also, 20 years from today, will visit the projects you built, and if they have become slums, you are responsible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Suleiman. And I think the conversation around lifestyle is indeed quite profound and speaks to the need to incorporate sustainability considerations in the conversation alongside the supply and demand issues that we've spoken to. And I also want to invite Mr. Kioi to also share his perspectives around what they are doing to ensure that the supply of the units are coming in faster and smarter and in a more sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua, and to KMRC for this conference. It's been very useful and it's good catching up with people. I actually agree with what my colleagues here have said. And I think if you count the amount of units that we are all doing, they are well over 10,000. So when we begin having a discussion about scaling, I think the feedback that we're getting from my colleagues on this panel really is applicable. I think scaling means many things to many people. I think for us in the real estate business, it's about efficiency, in my view. It's about doing more, getting a higher output with a lower input. And I believe that cuts across the whole project life cycle. We've discussed a lot about the construction side of things, the issues regarding cost, time, and quality, and the issues about how can you ensure that, if you're putting a development of 1,000 units of 2 beds, they all look alike. And they need to look alike. One is because that is what you have committed to your customers. But secondly is that it is easier and use less effort, and it ends up being faster and cheaper to ensure that whatever systems you put in place actually helps you get the end product. But other than the development side of things, we are all developers here. And you will find that the construction side of things is just one stage of what we all do. Kelvin talked about the validation that they do, looking for deals. That is another space that they are involved in. And that can take a very long time. There are developers who have spent a lot of time just in that space. But we need to realize that the whole issue of scaling goes through even those cycles. I think one of the things that I find very interesting is even before looking for deals is, and during that period, is how you get financing for projects. And even in that space, there are opportunities of scaling. There are opportunities of finding money that is able to be dished out to different projects in a scalable and efficient manner. And then I think also downstream, and I think this is where we put our heads together for KMRC, is that they have brought a product that can help off-takers become homeowners in a scalable way. And I believe that's the whole concept of one of the key concepts of the KMRC product. It is a scalable product. It was not there before. They looked and found that that was a gap. And I think they realized that they needed to create a product that every customer would not keep on going and beginning a 10-point stage process of getting a mortgage. They had to simplify it. They had to make it accessible to people. And once they did that, they had to make sure that this product can be rolled out to thousands of people. And that is scaling. And so when we look at scaling, I think in our space, I think it goes through different stages of our development life cycle. I can tell you for free, and from what I've been told and seen, scaling is very difficult. It is difficult scaling up a business, irrespective of what industry it is, and irrespective of what geography you're in. Even people out there, developers, global developers, are busy in the business of figuring out how can we scale up our business. So we have tried to adopt a lot of these things as IHS. They have worked. Other times they have not worked. And we have had to relook and see what do we do. We've asked around, we've done research, and things are working, and we hope to see how we can make that work even better. And scaling also finally is not static. You cannot say that you scaled this design, that's it. Scaling evolves because the end customer is changing over time. So the product that was relevant to them 5 years ago has a difference today. So we always need to be able to be very flexible in our thinking. And that thinking also even goes to the whole issue of the mortgages and financing, because the macroeconomics is changing, our demographic segmentation of this country is changing. And so we need, as a team here, to think of how can we always try and reinvent ourselves to make sure that the products that we are bringing into the market and the way we are doing business is relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, standardization is coming out clearly as very critical for enhancing the efficiency along the value chain. And it's important that even as we look at scaling the supply, we also need not to lose sight of the importance of scaling further down market. I think for a very long time, the market has been skewed to the high income segment, and it's now time that the supply side also begins to focus on going further down market. And I now want to invite Mina to also share her perspectives.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, KMRC, for inviting me and my fellow panelists for great input on this conversation. So, in terms of Unity Homes, we have, from the beginning, been vertically integrated, which means that we've done everything ourselves, from buying the land to sell and market the properties, to build the properties and hand over the units to the properties. We also have a foundation who ensures that the service charge is put to use, the right use, and that our communities are being built for the next 50 years. So we are extremely community focused, which is what you touched upon, really, really important for any business to scale. Because if people don't want to live in our properties for the next 50 years, it's a really bad investment for the people buying these properties, and it's also a very bad investment for the people who took a mortgage for those properties. So we need to build with high quality, and these properties need to last for a very, very long time. In terms of more on the construction side, you know, we have a technology which I know Mevida is using as well, which is the Korean formwork technology, which builds very strong houses fast. In this way, we've been able to save time and deliver the 2,000 units we deliver today. And with all our designs, we worked very closely with the IFC Edge team, so we are greenhouse certified, and we've found them very easy and productive to work with. So we're very happy about that as well. But back to KMRC. So I started a discussion with Jonathan from KMRC 2 years ago, and I'm personally really invested in ensuring that as many people as possible can access a mortgage. Where I'm from in Sweden, about 80% of all 25-year-olds in Sweden has a mortgage already. So you focus on ensuring that you build wealth and security for yourself and your family early on, and you get into the financial habit of owning equity into property. When I started this journey about 24 months ago, less than 2% of Unity Homes properties were sold with a mortgage. And today we have over 30% of all our sales, and that is this year around 700 million shillings of mortgages drawn down with the backing of KMRC and our fellow partnership banks.
Thank you very much. And before we get questions from the plenary, I'll want each of my panelists to just give a reflection on the one thing or intervention that they would like to see to ensure that we are building smarter, building faster, and ensuring that the scalability that we are looking at is bringing tangible benefits to the Kenyans, both from a supply and demand side perspective. And I'll ask Boniface to go first in the order that we went, and then invite questions from the plenary.
Okay, there are a couple of things we should think about. The first one is the issue of offtake arrangement. We work closely with the bank, especially for the public funded schemes. We have KCB, HFCB, which manage the public, some of the public funded schemes. And this is one of the low hanging fruits we should take advantage of, because these public funded schemes, they offer low mortgages at as low as 4%. That is one. The second thing is to think about the infusion of the local content. And here, like for affordable housing, for any project we are doing in our counties, we have a local content where we involve the Juakari associations and also to the artisans in that local area. And this is so that we can build the local capacity for those people in those areas. Lastly, and this should also be a consideration on the issue of rain harvesting. We are doing issues. And as I finish, the issue of sustainability, we've seen in police stations, fire stations, and also dispensaries within those communities so that we have livable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. I'll summarize it in one sentence, but cover 4 facets. So, we have a shifting demographic. That's not it's actually a fact. It's also a fact that the cheapest day to build is today. Because of inflation, the cost will always go up, meaning the most affordable day you can buy a unit or a home is today. But with the panelists that we have here and the demonstrable scale, if resolving the financing on the supply side allows for developers to de-risk, particularly on the construction aspect in terms of escalations, and at the same time, because we've agreed also that standardization influences efficiencies, what would solve for that financing gap, and something that Mivida is pursuing as a platform, is a rental platform of about 60% of our future pipeline. We're ready in the market, because in terms of serving the demand, the development teams here are brilliant minds that can figure out what product, what form of lifestyle amenities actually suit a certain demographic. But if the funding to feed this gap is so expensive as it is today, then it means you'll have a lag in terms of your supply. 3 years, 5 years, because you're trying to manage your cash flows, which is a reality. At the tail end, despite efforts by KMRC and others in terms of lowering the cost of acquisition at that point in time, the unit I'm supposed to be building today, but delivered 5 years from now, and going by the statistics by the gentleman from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics earlier, likely it will be 30% more expensive.
Thank you. Invite Honorable Suleiman Sabah.
Like we started saying, there are 3 components to this thing. There's the supply side, which is the technical side, and with the right technology and the right designs, you can bring down the cost. The second is the demand side. The demand side, there is no shortage of demand. The problem is the consumer is not getting the mortgage that he needs to buy his property. And we have 2 major problems. The banks refuse to be creative, even when they're given subsidized funding by KMRC. They still want the same standard, guaranteed title. There's no guaranteed title in affordable housing. It's going to be a problem for the next few years. But the reality is, as that house keeps coming up, your security is growing. I'm being critical of the bankers because I'm also a banker and I also own a bank which is equally kichwangumu like the rest of you. Okay? But the truth of the matter is, if the banks do not get their act together and somehow find a solution to the consumer to enable him to buy, we will be talking, this story of 500,000 houses will be a story that we'll be talking 20 years from today. We as Gulf Cap have delivered about 1,000 units. We could have delivered 10,000 units if there was proper financing for the end user. The banks are very happy to come to us and say, we'll give you 3 billion shillings. I don't want your 3 billion shillings because I don't want that on my balance sheet at 17%. But help the consumer. If we can get our act together and somehow come to a fact that this building that is being built, even if there's no title to it, since it is government backed, that title will one day or the other be given back. So please, I'm urging the bankers here, go back to your risk committees and your credit committees and be slightly more creative. And if my bankers were here from Gulf African Bank, they will tell you that I've been singing that song to them for ages. You know, unfortunately, sometimes corporate governance works against you. Because if it wasn't for corporate governance, I would just have given them instructions. Get it done or find another job. So I think the bankers in this room are actually holding the keys to the speedy delivery of affordable housing in Kenya. Thank you. It'll cost you.
A house? One thing I would leave, maybe, and I'd mentioned a bit about it earlier, is especially in the affordable housing space, the ability to think outside the box. There's so much happening across the different facets of this industry, this sector. It is important that we try and work as much as possible to think outside the box, to listen, to research. An example, yesterday when I was here in the morning, I was having tea, I met a new guy. The guy told me, oh, we deal in new building technology. Now, our company in Africa as a group, we've done about 35,000 units. But immediately I told the guy, please, let's have a meeting next week and see what you can do, see what we can learn. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago with a local developer on the outskirts of Nairobi. He's done 2-3 buildings. And we heard that the guy is doing well. And I said, hey man, something must be, there's something that we can learn. So we dashed and spent a whole afternoon with the guy. There's a lot that we learned. In spite of the fact that the guy has done 120, we've done 35, 45,000, was at that point irrelevant. There's a lot that we can learn. IHS, I think we've heard a lot about Edge. IHS was the first company to actually adopt Edge in Africa. We've done about maybe 10,000 units certified. And again, it has been a learning curve. We worked together with IFC when they began developing that product. People thought that we were crazy, you know. They were saying, you know, what is this green building? You know, how can you bring in technology for green building in an affordable unit? It's just going to make it more expensive. So a lot of battles we had, but fortunately, it is now working not just for us, but my other colleagues here are also using the same technology. Another thing that we are doing a lot is AI. We've begun adopting AI in different parts of our business. And yeah, I mean, I'm not a Gen Z, but AI it's at another level. There's so much that we do not know, and we've not even begun scratching the surface. But we've begun adopting it in different facets of our business, and we're actually seeing the benefits. So I think one of the things is let's think outside the box. There's a lot of new things happening out there. Don't feel afraid to try it out. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I want to sort of echo a little bit what was said by GolfCap. So I've been working very hard towards the financing of the demand, right? So if I have 100 customers that are pre-approved on mortgages, then I know I can build those 100 units, and I can do that with, you know, flying colors. The reality is that the banks are having a hard time, and you know, I'm going to do a little bridge here. I don't think even you don't need to finance without title, maybe for the government programs, but for the private sector developers, at least finance when the shell is up. Because with that off-plan financing, I can gain, 8 to 12 months of really nice cash flows. I know the demand is there. I've been paid for the units. The mortgages are drawn down. And it's going to help us scale up much, much faster. I think it's a very easy thing to get approved. There's two other things that I want to mention. I want to ensure that KMRC is still pushing hard to draw down subsidized financing to either maintain or lower the 9% is really crucial. Like, we shouldn't lose momentum now. So I really hope that that's not going away. I hope it continues. It's been a huge upswing for the people. Education of your customers. I have two very nice team members here that I recruited those about 2 years ago to only work on educating our customers on how a mortgage actually works. The devil's in the details, but the KMRC mortgage comes with so many benefits, and if people can just understand the financial benefit it will have, it will have to your private economy, I think way more people will be interested to take these mortgages. So there's a huge education gap that we are working tirelessly with the bank partners and with our team to fill every day. And then in a final point, which was raised previously as well, but it's to create a stable tax environment, right? So we really struggle as all developers of these tax incentives. So if you build 100 units, you get 15% corporate tax. And then this year it's 200 units, and next year will be 1 million units. It just doesn't make sense. So I don't know who lobbies with the government here, but if we can just have an environment where we know where the tax is, it becomes a bit easier to manage on our end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mina. I now want to invite 2 questions from the plenary.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm Kennedy Munyendo from Onsite ICF, Affordable Housing Technology. And I'm glad to hear the conversation that is going on right now. And I want to say that the panelists have really done their homework. They understand who their customers are, they understand how to do the construction and efficiency areas in this. And I'm glad that Mr. Kioi has mentioned, I'm the guy he's referring to about the technology for next week. Yeah, and I think he's taking that commitment seriously that we discussed yesterday, that we need to get out of here with commitments. And I want to ask the rest of the panelists, technology is a very key element in construction. If this can help you reduce the cost of construction, it's a very key element. So we can be efficient in building. We can incorporate other elements, financing, AI, like you've mentioned. But where the rubber meets the road is the input in construction. So if we continue building with the same system, expect the cost to come down. Cement is going up, steel is going up, every other element. And the creativity we want to put in financing, I would want to encourage the developers and other people in the room to also employ that creativity in technology. So other than Mr. Kioi, who has committed to a meeting next week, and probably Unity Homes have said they use formwork technology for construction. I want to challenge the other panelists to tell us a little bit about what you do in terms of alternative building material. We were talking about green building earlier in the morning, and new technology innovations is a key element to that. And there are technologies out here that doesn't necessarily increase the cost of construction. So what are the rest of the panelists doing in terms of technology to incorporate in these projects to reduce the cost of home ownership? Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Is it afternoon, evening? All right, great. My name is CPA Stephen, and I'm glad for our panelists. Reflecting on this journey back in, I think this is the 5th year, right? This is the 5th conference, that means the 5th year. Now, we've heard about how our developers are arguing out, and then we have the financials on the other end. And I feel that collaboration is the only thing that is remaining so that we are able to have the answers for the assignment given to us. Now, to our developers, what are we going to do? Are we going to write down the MOUs so that we agree with the financiers so that they can subsidize or they can agree to offer the consumer these loans in lower interest? And that is it. So collaboration. How do we come up with this collaboration now? I think we need to answer that so that we can agree and come up with a solution now. Thank you.
Those are very good comments, observations, and questions, and I know my panel will still be available for consultation on how we move the conversation forward. So at this point in time, I want you to join me to appreciate the panel for the discussion that we've had this afternoon.
I'd like to call upon Frida Mitei of Cooperative Bank to come and present this lovely gift to these wonderful panelists. And not to shut you away, for those who had questions, please have a side chat with this gentleman and lady, and they should be able to respond to your questions in the interest of time. So if you've lost your key, I have a key here. Please, you can come and see me on this desk.
Where I go, who I am. Freedom Day, let it flow, Hey. Snap time, slow time, move how it goes. Loose change.
Much. So we are running late on the program, but we would want to teach Honorable how to dance even more. So let us stand up a little bit. Let us do a little jiggle so that we don't sleep. Tech team, please put for us something. So just follow the screen and then we should be okay.
Monkey says move it, monkey says swing, monkey says move it, monkey says swing, move it, swing, swing, move it, swing, swing.
This is the super fun jungle song.
Lion says move it, lion says roar. Lion says move it, lion says roar. Move
in facilitating home ownership and African perspective. Our presenter this afternoon is Dr. Adedeji Ajadi from Nigeria. He will be joining us virtually to make his presentation. A distinguished finance executive with over 30 years experience across banking, capital markets, mortgage finance, consulting, and professional development. Dr. Ajadi currently serves as the Executive Secretary and CEO of Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria. So part of this gathering is to help us learn from the different jurisdictions and to see what we can adopt and tailor it within our perspective. He previously served for 7 years as a CEO of Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers and has built an extensive career spanning finance, investment, governance, and organizational leadership. So with that, I was waiting for the tech team to get ready to have him join us virtually. I can see his presentation is up.
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Oh, very good. Thank you so much. 20 minutes to take us through the presentation, and maybe we can have about 5 or so minutes for Q&A. So you can go ahead. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Once again, my name is Adedeji Ajadi, and I'm representing the President and Chairman of Council of the Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria. He would have loved to be here personally himself, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it here. But I would take this presentation to give a bit of an overview of the mortgage brokerage system in Nigeria. So the role of mortgage brokers in deepening market penetration in Nigeria. I know we are constrained for time, so I will move a bit quickly through my presentation. But before that, I also want to thank the executive of KMRC for being great hosts to us last month. About this time last month, we were in Kenya for the Inbound CEO retreat, and we had a wonderful time. We learned a lot across the different stakeholder groups that we visited. So thank you for being great hosts in Kenya. So let me go straight to my presentation. And I will start by saying I picked something very important from the last session, the panel discussion. And everybody highlighted the need for financing the demand side. That has been a constraint in most parts of Africa, and Kenya, I'm sure, also experiencing the same thing. We had that challenge in Nigeria because whatever you do, at the end of the day, people must be able to afford the mortgages, the buildings and the houses being provided, and mortgages are a great opportunity to be able to do that. Affordable mortgages as well. And so in Nigeria, one of the things we've been doing is to look at all that we can do to ensure that we provide mortgages to Nigerians at affordable rates. And one of the things we are doing is also to create opportunities for people to get the knowledge, to have the information needed to be able to access mortgages. Again, consumer education is critical, investors education. A lot of people are not aware, and that is why the mortgage brokerage system, the model, we believe is very, very useful, has been useful in Nigeria, and we are doing a lot to actually deepen it a bit more. So let me say a bit about the Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria and the role we play in the mortgage brokerage space. So MBAN, that's the short for our name, Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, is the umbrella body for mortgage banks in Nigeria. We are very strong in advocacy. So our primary objective is to advocate for best practices, good legal and operating environment for mortgage banks to operate. Of course, mortgage banks are here to provide long-term facilities for home ownership to Nigerians. So everything that needs to be done to make that possible, we advocate to ensure that happens. We are also strong on capacity building. Again, I just mentioned now, capacity is a big problem within the industry and outside the industry. So we work on capacity development. Currently, as we speak, we are even coming up with a mortgage academy, which will train all facets of players in the industry, including mortgage bankers, as well as mortgage brokers, so that everybody will have adequate knowledge to pass to the members of the public. And beyond that, we also want to create more awareness for Nigerians to be able to participate, take advantage of the opportunities. And there are a lot of emerging opportunities coming up in Nigeria in the mortgage space. The federal government is doing a lot to provide the funding through new products, but people need to be aware and to embrace that opportunity for us to have the kind of results that we want. We also coordinate the activities of key stakeholders in the industry. So we are the strongest platform now, I mean, I can say that, that bring together industry collaborators. I just mentioned that we were in Kenya last month, and we brought together everybody. Developers were there, the Nigerian Mortgage Finance Company was there, the Federal Mortgage Bank, mortgage banks themselves, all the critical players in the industry were represented at that retreat, where we collaborate, brainstorm on how to move our subsector forward. Now, for the mortgage brokerage scheme, the regulator, the authorizing institution is the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Central Bank of Nigeria regulates the activity of mortgage banks in Nigeria. So this scheme of mortgage brokers, it is still the Central Bank that licenses it and approves the guidelines for running mortgage brokerage business, because ultimately they still have the ultimate responsibility for regulating that industry. So MBAN as an association is a self-regulatory body that ensures the registration, supervision, and enforcement of rules and regulations of the mortgage brokerage space. But that then takes me to a mortgage broker. So who is a mortgage broker and what do they do? What roles are they expected to play in the industry? So now we see this chart shows the link between borrowers and the mortgage lender. The lenders are on one side, the borrowers are on one side. The mortgage broker comes in between to do a lot of things to facilitate the transaction between the borrower and the mortgage lender. A lot of the time, the borrower lacks the knowledge, lacks the experience to go to the mortgage lender and successfully, makes an application for a mortgage. What the mortgage broker does is to stay in between and, perform a lot of functions to ensure a seamless interaction between the borrower and the mortgage lender. And I'm going to mention some of them. First, the mortgage broker aggregate prospective borrowers. So instead of people coming in one by one, the mortgage broker can, batch transactions together, brings 20, 30 applications, vet them, do all the necessary to enhance the application quality before taking those to the mortgage lender. That reduces the time spent. That also enhances the speed of processing and, just overall ensures a more seamless engagement between the borrower and the mortgage lender. Secondly, they provide mortgage advice, and that's very critical. In an environment where a lot of people really don't understand what mortgages are, you need people to educate them. And so the mortgage brokers have a critical role to play in enlightening investors, borrowers who would need mortgages for their homes. They also help to match borrowers with suitable lenders and products. In Nigeria today, we now have several products available. The traditional mortgage, the commercial mortgages, special intervention product by the federal government. One of them is MRIF, the MOFI, that's Ministry of Finance, Real Estate Investment Fund. We have the family-owned funds, various products. But you see, the mortgage lender has the mortgage broker has the experience and the knowledge to know the right kind of product to be recommended to any particular borrower, which will enhance their likelihood of being able to afford it and also to be able to have successful application for a mortgage. They are still assisting applications and documentation, verification. Overall, the role of the mortgage broker enhances the quality of loan application that gets to the mortgage lender, reducing the search and transaction cost. And at the end of the day, the outcome is that we will likely have more qualified borrowers coming for mortgages, and more mortgages will also be approved, because currently quite a large percentage of mortgages don't even succeed when people apply for them, simply because they don't know what to do, they don't have the information, they have not packaged the applications well to be able to get the lender to approve those facilities. But the mortgage broker comes in to support in those ways. Particularly in Nigeria, I just want to highlight a few statistics that shows why this model is particularly useful to us in Nigeria, and I'm sure to many other countries in Africa. Now, Nigeria has a population of 233 million plus. I mean, it's a bit more than that now. We have additional people joining that population of about 5 million every year. Meanwhile, the mortgage to GDP ratio is still less than 1%. So compared to our GDP, the value of mortgages is less than 1%. That tells you the huge opportunity that we have to grow the mortgage industry and the housing industry in Nigeria. Historically, there's a gap in the industry, housing deficit, about 17 million plus. In fact, it's a wide range between 15 and 28 million, depending on who is giving you the statistics. No matter what figure you pick, this is a huge gap that needs to be filled. Unfortunately, we are currently not doing enough to even fill that gap. Estimated annual housing requirement is about 700,000 units every year in Nigeria. Meanwhile, our annual housing production capacity is just about 100,000. So every year, we are adding additional deficit of 600,000 to what already exists. So something has to be done, and quickly, if you are going to narrow this gap somewhere in the future. The last estimate of mortgages in the historical data set of CBN was about 24,000. And so there's a massive gap between the housing demand and the opportunity for us to close that gap in terms of supply, in terms of providing mortgages to enhance that demand. So we do not lack in Nigeria potential mortgage customers. The challenge is sufficient mechanism for converting housing demand into accessible, affordable, and successfully completed mortgage transaction. And I'm happy this is one problem that was identified even in the last session, and we need to do something about it. But going to the current model that we have in Nigeria, the licensing and regulatory model, like I mentioned, the Central Bank of Nigeria is the authorizing institution that also authorizes the mortgage banks to do what they are doing in terms of the MBAN. MBAN is the self-regulatory body that ensures that we bring together all members in terms of mortgage banks, mortgage brokers, and agents within our space, self-regulatory space. The MBAN is an umbrella body of all mortgage banks, so we also register mortgage brokers and agents as well. These mortgage brokerage operators, this is a company. Mortgage brokers, so we have 3 levels. Mortgage brokerage operators, which are corporate licensed organizations to perform the function of mortgage brokerage. And then we have individuals, mortgage brokers and agents who are also registered by the association. The reason for all of this is to ensure that there is standard of operation, people operate in ethically, and then we can have a form of standard control of the standard of operation of all operators in the industry. So this is the basic structure of the model. We have mortgage brokerage companies, we have mortgage brokers, and we have agents. Now, we require a minimum level of experience and capacity for our mortgage brokerage companies. For the brokerage company, it has to be an incorporated entity, has a verifiable business address, properly registered by the Corporate Affairs Commission, particulars of directors, company profile, all of the basic things you want to know in form of due diligence for a company to ensure that they have the capacity to perform their roles as mortgage brokerage company. And the principal broker has to be well experienced in the mortgage space, minimum of 7-year post-qualification experience. At least 3 of those years will be in senior management, so that those who are running these mortgage brokerage companies have the requisite experience to do what they are doing. And then we have mortgage brokers as well as agents. The mortgage broker must have a minimum of 4 years relevant experience, while the mortgage agent has a lower level of experience of 2 years. But both of these individual categories require approved mortgage training, professional references, recommendation by licensed MBAN members. So there is control in terms of standard and ethical behavior, and that's why we do a lot of training for this category of players in the market. So what are the permissible activities for the mortgage brokers? They solicit for borrowers, so they go to the market to bring people, provide information to those who are interested in mortgages, and they have that authority to solicit for borrowers. They source suitable mortgage products. Out of available products, they then match the best product to the needs of the different intending borrowers. They provide financial advice. This is critical. They assist in the application process, support documentation, collect required documents, verify data and documents, submit loan application, support closing and monitoring. Now, these are all the stages of the application that creates a lot of bottleneck with mortgage banks, because sometimes for weeks and months, the mortgage bank is trying to educate the potential borrower on all of this. But you can imagine if the mortgage broker has done a lot of that work before getting to the mortgage bank, the process becomes shorter and faster. But the mortgage broker is not permitted to do certain things. They cannot provide mortgage lending services directly to the public. They cannot collect public funds because they are not deposit money banks. And they cannot give false information. They are not expected to give false information. They need to be transparent. They need to be open, and they cannot obstruct the regulatory process. And that's why, like I mentioned, they are also regulated, in quotes, by the association that registers them. The value chain, for the mortgage brokerage value chain, we have the prospecting for customers. After prospecting for customers, you pre-qualify them to show whether they will be able to qualify, provide them necessary advice, the best kind of facility they need to get out of the options available, get them to get the proper documentations ready, verify those documentation, and then they can easily match the borrower to the lender. And then they still will not leave them at that point, continue to support them through the application process with the mortgage bank, and then until there is final approval from the mortgage bank and the transaction is closed. And then they even continue to monitor them because they are their clients. So going through all of these processes, this reduces the bottleneck, the challenge for the borrower, and also enhances the speed of operation of the mortgage banks. So broker's responsibility versus the responsibility of the mortgage bank. So the responsibility of the broker that I mentioned before: verify the borrower, collect required information and data, verify the data collected and the documents, assess stability of mortgages, identify material risk and conflict of interest, and maintain transaction record. The ultimate responsibility to give final approval for the facility, for the mortgage, still rests with the mortgage bank. All said and done, after all of this has been done by the mortgage broker, the mortgage bank will still have to look at it, vet it, and finally give approval if it is satisfied. If it is not, it might still turn down the facility for whatever reason. So that's the structure. And regarding the pricing, so what's in it for the mortgage broker? going through all of these 0.5%. Like I mentioned, this is what we have in the current regulation, but we are working to actually revise this to bring it into alignment with current realities in the environment in Nigeria. Now, this is critical. The next item I want to close, that's about transparency and consumer protection. Now, we are very, very keen on this to ensure that the customer is protected, the consumer is protected. So proper disclosure is expected of what the broker will receive from the transaction. The customer knows, the lender knows. So there's a clear structure as to what each party will take from that transaction. We expect that transparency must be there. What the borrowers pay must be clear and transparent, and then there must be trust and confidence in that in the players in the market. So investors' confidence is very critical. If they start doubting transparency, then people will be discouraged. Market confidence is important. Willingness to transact. So the mortgage broker must disclose all compensation received and the relationship with the borrower or lender in terms of the interest rates, monthly payment, repayment, loan terms, total borrowing cost. All of this must be clearly disclosed. Potential conflict of interest, mortgage risk and estimated clause must also be clearly disclosed. So the importance of highest level of ethical behavior and standard of practice becomes key in this arrangement. And that's one thing we are very, very keen on, and we do not take lightly in this transaction dynamics. Now, the customer aggregation model, and I will soon round up, is to look at how does the mortgage broker get customers traditionally, and what we think the direction should be going forward. Usually what the mortgage broker does is to look at employers of labor, both in the public and private sector. There are some organizations that aggregate the needs of their employees. So sometimes 50 employees, up to 100, sometimes on public sectors, companies, employees up to a certain cadre, they work with them to ensure that they help them to get mortgages for their homes. So we work with employers so that we can pull a large number of employees at the same time. Mortgage brokers work with cooperatives, professional associations, developers, real estate networks. All of these are a group that have access to large pool of people, especially employees, who are in a position to get large amount of mortgages. So this is the physical channel. But again, this is also limited because of the sheer scale and size of the country. So the trend is moving towards the digital channel, but I dare say that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in using the digital channel. We are still evolving and trying to work on developing this and making it more robust. So we know that online platforms, digital inquiries, using mortgage calculators, digital pre-qualification, this is the way to go. Of course, it has started in some products and among some players in the industry, but it has not yet penetrated enough to the level that will enhance the scaling that we are looking out for. So ultimately, we believe what will work is to really scale customer aggregation process using a combination of this. Digital reach is very, very critical. That's the direction we must start going to. That's where we can reach a large number of customers and consumers at the same time. They can get professional advice even online, and then we can have access to multiple lenders as well and send our requests to them. So the hybrid approach is where the opportunity lies. While we keep on using our physical channels, we're using digital opportunities to leverage and scale on what we are providing for our consumers. So technology becomes a very, very critical tool in achieving our objectives. So the role of CBN, as I start to round up, is providing regulatory clarity, that's the Central Bank of Nigeria, in deepening mortgages, The central bank continues to also enable the market generally, the mortgage market generally, and that also includes the broker-lender partnership and relationship. The CBN is very at the forefront of digital transformation, encouraging mortgage origination and information exchange using technology. Consumer protection is very, very key in the agenda of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Transparency and responsible intermediation is being encouraged. So CBN actually has DEX now for consumer protection, apart from the National Consumer Protection Agency that we have in Nigeria. Market data, also the use of brokerage data for policy and market development is also an important part of what the central bank does. So overall, for us in Nigeria, this is the way we are thinking. How do we then scale mortgage brokerage in Nigeria? Yes, the structure is there, is working, but I tell you, it's still very limited in the impact we have had. So at MBAN and among the stakeholders, one of the things we are thinking about is how do we further strengthen the mortgage brokerage model that we currently have. So these are the things we are doing. One, we are building the profession. We have to be deliberate about building the profession. Getting more licensed brokers. This is a big country. Currently, we have less than 30 mortgage brokers. The active ones are even less than 20. So quite a number, they are not. So we need to get more people to be involved in this space, and so that they can go to the nooks and crannies of Nigeria. 230 million people, 36 states of the country. The concentration is only in a few places, Abuja and Lagos, and then maybe Port Harcourt and Kaduna, just selected places. What of all the other parts of the country? We need people who will be able to go there, and that's where agency banking, we saw that, improving agency banking in Nigeria, that has enhanced, the access to financial services in Nigeria as a whole. And we think that model, we need to replicate it in the mortgage space as well. So we need to keep on building that profession, training agents, training, people in enhancing their capacity, professional standard, ethical behavior. And then we need to digitize origination. I've talked about this a lot. We need to move a lot of our processes to the technology space, consumer acquisition, pre-qualification, document processing, tracking. And at the last panel session, we're talking about AI. These are tools that are already existing and being deployed massively to enhance processes across different sectors. So we need to do that as well. Strengthening partnership, standardizing the processes of pre-qualification and also qualifying people, transparent compensation, having clear SLA, maybe standardized. All of these are the things we need to do. Due diligence, we need to standardize it, common documentation, verification protocols, clear responsibilities. And very critical, we need to protect the borrower with full disclosure, conflict management, and clear mechanism for complaint resolution. When we do this and achieve this, the overall goal is to make brokerage scalable and trusted. And once people trust the process, they know it works, they know they are protected, they will be interested in taking mortgages as well. Now, make mortgage brokers a major distribution channel for mortgage finance. That is our objective at MBAN. We believe that this is what we should do. We should make the use of mortgage brokers to be the major distribution channels because they have the capacity to go everywhere. Like I mentioned, we've seen this working in the commercial banking space, where you have POS everywhere, where you have agents everywhere, all across the country, and that has enhanced financial inclusion. So for borrowers, it will give them more access. For mortgage brokers, it will be more aggregation plus better matching. For mortgage banks, of course, more businesses, more qualified applicants. And for the mortgage market, greater penetration. For the country as a whole, higher number of home ownership. More Nigerians are able to access housing finance and therefore able to own their own homes. Mortgage banks provide the capital. Mortgage brokers can take that capital to the market because they are there, they are closer to the market, they are able to support the players in the market to be able to have access to capital. That we think is very, very useful to that part of Africa will be able to replicate it. But it's work in progress. I have to admit that even now we are still working to further enhance it and make it much more impactful because we've seen that it can be impactful, but we need to do a bit more to strengthen it and make it more impactful in the Nigerian market. I hope the Kenyan market will learn one or two things from this and also be able to develop it further to enhance affordable housing in Kenya. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adedeji. And thank you, delegates. Let's give him a warm-up clap and appreciate him. In the interest of time, we will not welcome questions from the floor.
Hello?
But yes, we can hear you. We are proceeding with our next session, Dr. Adedeji, but you can ask any question you have on the app. We shall engage him and we shall send the answers to on the app as well, so you can be able to get the information from there. As KMRC, we are already engaging different stakeholders on the potential possibility of mortgage brokerage in our market, and so that is a conversation that is ongoing. With that, I would like to welcome our final panel of the day, which is gearing more on technology and AI use in a housing solution. And I will welcome Philip Betts from NHC to take us through that session, even as we finalize and get ourselves ready for the later engagement in the evening. So karibu sana Philip Betts. I will reduce your time, unfortunately. You will welcome your panel. Yes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to lead a very distinguished team. We are not many, but I think the knowledge is there. So first things first, maybe to introduce myself, I am CPA Philip Bett. I'm the Acting Manager, Partnerships and Resource Mobilization at the National Housing Corporation, PLC. That is the new acronym we've added. Yes, we are. As we all know, NNC is part of the government-owned enterprises in Kenya. This is the act that was passed last year on 5th of December. And that is how we find ourselves with the new name, NHC PLC. So to help me handle this very interesting topic, I have two very able panelists. The first one is architect George Arabu. Kindly join me here. He is the current CEO of the Architectural Association of Kenya and the director at Sitescape Architects. Is in the room? Maybe he can join us up here. I know he's around here somewhere. We also have Roy Kipkemoi, who is the current secretary of Land Surveyors Board. He has quite a bit of knowledge in terms of ICT, especially with the geospatial space, and has quite extensive. He has, if you look at his LinkedIn, his qualifications are quite a few. So since I've been given 20 minutes, I know she didn't mention it, I've been given 20 minutes to handle this. We had a presentation. I don't know if the tech have that. Anyway, as they're handling that, maybe I can introduce who NHC is because of time. NHC was formed in 1953 as the Central Housing Board. Of course, it has metamorphosed over the years under the Housing Act Cap 117, which is now repealed, and is now under the GOE Act and registered under the Companies Act. So we have now officially joined the private sector under the Companies Act. NHC, of course, is mandated to facilitate the housing sector, promote low-cost housing, and also collaborate and promote partnerships in housing, which is what also KMRC has done. Before I forget, allow me to relay apologies from our CEO, who was supposed to be moderating this panel. He was held up on another assignment, but he sends his greetings and he wishes us all well. I think we just go to the next slide. We had already handled this. So over the years, what has NHC done? I think NHC was the first public institution to have a housing construction project, age certified, which we've been working with IFC, and we are working on subsequent projects on that. And housing development, I think this cannot be gainsaid. There is no county in this country, that does not have an NHC house. We are countrywide. We've developed over 60,000 housing units. As part of our mandate for promoting housing, we also offer rural housing loans. We call them rural and peri-urban housing loans to facilitate the individuals who want to build. I believe we were told earlier in the day today, the biggest developer in Kenya is the individual. Those are the guys who everybody is building either in the village or trying to build in the satellite towns. These are the biggest guys. We also offer a product we call Site and Service, where we service plots and sell. This again is trying to promote affordability. And we also offer rental housing. Again, this is across the country. More to what we are about to discuss, NHC has a mobile app to enable our customers to be more efficient in the service that they get from us. You're able to source your own statements for your houses. You can buy houses through the app. We also use that to communicate with our clients, helps us a lot. We've also invested in the BIM, which we think we are the only, and I think this has been confirmed, we are the only government institution that has implemented and deployed BIM for all our projects. This we are looking to scale into now requiring all our contractors to be brought on this so that it becomes a little bit more seamless in what we are going to do. We also collaborate with almost everybody in the housing sector, quite a few projects that are going on. So, what are we discussing today? In the housing space or in the real estate space, we are operating in a space that, of course, more and more housing. I don't want to repeat that a lot. We require 250,000 housing units in a year. We are at less than 30% of that in terms of delivery. The cost of materials, this has been said all over. This keeps going up, especially with the geopolitical shifts around the world that has kept pushing this up exponentially. The time it takes to deliver, I believe we heard this morning that the State Department for Housing is about to deliver through the AHB 45,000 units at the end of this year. I think this is the biggest number that they are completing within a year since this program started. So it takes quite a bit of time currently, and then the processes that are required to deliver these houses are also very fragmented. You have the legal process, you have the design process, you need to meet your financiers, you need to get the land. I mean, all these processes have served to delay the delivery of housing. Next. So how does technology help us? Finding viable sites. If we now have Ardhi-Sasa, you're able to search for land all over. If technology can help us limit that time from the lengths and the months that we take to acquire the land, this could help us get it more quicker, so that way the turnaround time is shortened. In terms of designing, we just talked about the BIM. I'm sure the other, and my panelists will talk about this, other forms of tech. Even in terms of reducing costs, use of technology, we've heard of there was a gentleman who was marketing the aluminium formwork, and the different technologies for deploying houses. All this will help. Financing. Tech has helped us in financing in so many other industries. This is also one other way to do this. In construction, I've just mentioned that, and even in operating the houses. We've all heard of smart houses, and this is a concept that is taking root in Nairobi and in Kenya. So the tech can help us in managing the assets that result from all these construction and developments that we are undertaking. Next. So where is the value proposition here? We've talked about accessing what at the corporation we called prime land. Land that is actually ready and in the right location, the right services. This can be easier to track using technology in terms of planning and design, planning the projects, ensuring that you're moving in, I think, was it yesterday or today when we were being told affordable housing, especially the first ones, were built where there were no services. So the technology would help us and would help also the guys the private developers who are coming in and the Affordable Housing Board to track where all these services are or where the plans to bring the services are, and then prioritize those areas for construction. In design, the softwares are helping us bring in more efficient designs, more sustainable designs, and designs that are actually easier and cheaper to maintain. In terms of financing, blended financing and the green financing products that are coming in, and the carbon credits. The carbon credit market is also coming up in Kenya, and technology can help us access that. So in terms of getting data, in terms of managing our costs and time, because a big factor in terms of increasing the costs of our development is time. Because whenever you go and source funds, every delay is an extra cost to your project. So next. So what can we do going forward? I mean, we've now talked about what is there, what is not there, and how we can do it. So we already have the mortar. The bricks and mortar is already there. We can start with that. We have developments, both by NHC and other developers. We can start there to make sure that we pilot some of this tech and some of this AI to ensure that we are able to customize to what we need in the industry and then help us to scale that. Because once we have that, a standardization of the same can be deployed to ensure that we develop at scale. So what does AI promise us in all this? Because AI is for everybody, and we don't want to adopt AI just for the sake of it. So number one, it makes the processes predictive. By standardizing, I think we've heard a lot about standardizing over the last 2 days. By standardizing, you're able to predict, because now you'll have the data and the tools to predict where, number one, the services will be, what the customers want, and what technology to use in which area. So it makes it very easy. It assists our processes in terms of, instead of your modeling taking a few days, this is done a lot faster, even in terms of collecting the data and synthesizing it and deploying it for construction. It connects all the processes. It has that potential of connecting straight from the sourcing of the land all the way to the sale to the eventual buyer. And this makes all this very scalable. So once we do this across the life cycle of the building or housing, because we are all talking about housing here, when that workflow is integrated and we are able to scale, what does that portend to? Number one, the developer, the contractor, and the purchaser. It should enable us to predict where the demand is, what type of demand, and what type of demand that we're looking at. Number two, identify the land that addresses this, optimize our designs so that at least, number one, sustainability becomes very critical, because without optimized designs, you can't talk about sustainability. We are able to reduce the cost across the entire value chain such that it is cheaper to construct, you get cheaper funding, and that results in a cheaper or a more affordable house which is sustainable to the eventual buyer. And this also helps us design properties. I think Honorable Shabal was talking about the soft things that are required. You're able to plan all these such that at the end of the day, managing the resultant asset is actually sustainable, both to the developer and to the resident. So I think I want to stop there and now take this discussion to my panelists so that they can maybe weigh in on this before we can start asking the questions. And I will start with Architect Ndege. Welcome.
Thank you, Philip. And just a quick correction. I think Philip was expecting my CEO here. I'm not the CEO. Yeah, but yeah, again, thank you for being patient. I feel pressured. The guys setting up for the evening event are already here. And a lot of you are tired. This is probably the worst time to talk, but I'll still talk anyway. It's too bad. I'm happy that we are here speaking about everything, and even the fact that the use of technology is at the forefront. And Philip's presentation is really speaking to what NHC, which is 73 years old, is doing. But what is critical and what NHC actually has as a very important database is, or rather as a very important value, is data. For you to be 73 years old, that's older than the country, and I've been doing this for this time, and I think there was a speaker earlier who spoke to the issues of institutions having a lot of knowledge and information. Now, where does AI come in? AI is as useless as the data it has. I remember when I was doing computing, and the first thing I learned was garbage in, garbage out. A lot of you might be wondering why AI is doing this to take away our jobs, all those things. AI cannot generate gold out of garbage. So if it has no data, or it has rubbish data, it will not generate anything useful. So when you have knowledge from professionals, knowledge from institutions which have been doing this over the period of time, whether it is the failure or the success of such institutions, it's very important for us to put all that information together and then throw it to a computer to calculate. That's really what artificial intelligence is about. That's one. The second one is about the hardware, or the things that can be done, the repetitive things that we as human beings will get bored of doing. And I will allude to this in the next session, well, at least the next time when I get the mic, the idea of, for example, 3D printing, what is it supposed to do? Or how do we determine, for example, quality of materials, which is one of our biggest problem in Kenya. That the biggest challenge we have is that it's not predictable to have quality materials or where the source is. And then, of course, the issues of standardizations and measurements, ensuring that whatever is being done on site is actually as per the specification and as per the requirements and legislation that are there provided for. But I also want to say that it is very important, and Philip has mentioned what NHC is doing, and I'm just throwing a question back to him that he might come and say, where does NHC come in respect to the other institutions? We know there's the Affordable Housing Board, for example. We know the State Department of Housing and Urban Development in Kenya currently has the biggest chunk of the responsibility in delivering the houses. So when you are talking about databases, with artificial intelligence, you must be able to talk about things like blockchain. How are the databases which are distributed related? Are they speaking to each other? The mortgage industry we are talking about here, is it an aspirational product? Is it something for the rich, or can it be a mass product? Are you targeting people who are able to pay or are you targeting people who have potential of paying once they are exposed to these things? And all this information can be collated and inputted into an AI framework for you to see results. Otherwise, we will be having nice conferences and we will all have very big terms about artificial intelligence, and we'll go back into our silos and pray that things will change. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you for your initial reflection. I think I'll also throw the same to get the reflection of Roy.
Thank you so much, Philip. I also want to appreciate your presentation. You have clearly laid it out that the challenges that are affecting affordable housing delivery in terms of the scale, the cost, you've talked about the time and the productivity, is affects the collaboration amongst the built environment practitioners. Another item you've discussed about technology making a difference in the property life cycle, from the identification of the land, the planning, the design of the building, the construction, and ultimately allocation and operationalization of the infrastructure. But I want to put it this way. The conversation talks about AI meets bricks and mortar. But AI cannot meet the bricks and mortar before the bricks and mortar meets the land. So we still takes us back to the issue of land, the issues that we discussed yesterday. And in the geospatial domain, or the land surveying domain, when we tackle the issue of land, we talk about identifying the location of the land. You've done the boundary surveys of this land. You need to identify key features that are serving this land, the infrastructure that are servicing this land. So there are a lot of data that we need to generate in order to develop, in order to have informed decision in utilizing the AI technology. And I know most of you are asking, what's the responsibility of a land surveyor in the construction space? Because I assume 50% of you, I know you will say the surveyor does the location of boundary, then goes, isn't it? That's the response I get most often when I go to the conferences that I do the presentation on AI. But land surveying is a very expansive field, and in the construction domain, it cuts across all these life cycle that has been presented before us, from identification of land to the finalization of the building construction. So you do the identification of boundary. That's a land surveyor who wants to define the property rights in the 2D framework. In the construction of this building, we have what's called the engineering survey, where you do the stakeout of the building, do the alignment of the building, bringing that design to the ground. And then during the construction monitoring, this is the profession who uses the technology to do the construction monitoring and give it to the project managers and the architecture to identify the progress of the construction. And ultimately, he'll also come back and do the sectional property to define the individual property rights for the home owners. So back to you, Philip.
Thank you very much. Now, for this one, I'll want you guys to keep it a bit short. The two of you are involved at the beginning, actually, of the house. Let me put it that way. You're the guys who are supposed to see that Bert would like his kitchen to look like this. And you would like his house to look at this direction. But I'm curious, how does how does AI, especially I'll start with you, Mr. President, how does AI come in to help you to envisage what your customers would do or what they would like to ensure that this asset that we are delivering actually speaks to what they want?
Thank you very much, Philip. And yes, indeed. So the Architectural Association of Kenya is an umbrella body of 8 professions, and we are 60 years old actually. And one of the things that we've been trying to advocate for is the issue of professionalism in the built environment. Without professionalism, we cannot achieve green buildings. We cannot achieve lower costs because we have to be the ones who simulate what the design will look like. The whole concept of having consultants on your project is actually to do sort of simulate in terms of not just the look and the feel of the building, but cost engineering, issues of inputting green building components. I heard one of the panelists here talking about the fact that the cost of green buildings is high. Actually, it is not. It only becomes high when you do retrofitting after you've already built and you're trying to fix things. When you have professionals at the beginning and then everything is factored in, the cost is essentially as if you are doing the construction without the assumption that you're doing a brown building with the idea that green building, everything else is to be fitted later. But also most importantly, as Savia was talking about, there is the aspects of, first of all, doing feasibilities. And feasibility is not finding out where the money is going to come from. Feasibility is not benchmarking. Feasibility is literally having information that is in place and projecting where our next vision is going to be. We've just launched the new vision for Kenya. Let me use Japan because, you know, Japan is in the house. But if you look at the visions some developed countries like Japan have, are about what will happen in the next 50 years. And the people who are doing this are designers, engineers, and also identifying where the land is going to come from. So once you have the land, okay, it is geotagged and it's given a certain property. We understand the geotechnical properties of that land, and we know that we're going to build or we're going to do such and such activity within this space, the money will come. And most of our cities, what they're doing right now is that they are going to chase for the monies first. Then they start finding out what to do. So that process is reversed. So for us as professionals, our job is to make sure that, first of all, we de-risk the funds that bankers are giving out. Without a proper plan, without a vision, without that knowledge that that land is actually secured for a certain urban typology, then it means you are putting money in risk just because someone is able to pay. Or you are investing money on a project that has no future value. And that is where the issues of urban regeneration comes in. I think someone, I think it was Honorable Shabalo, talked about the issue of you build and you cannot truly say in 50 years this house will still be habitable or it has more value. Lastly, just to mention that, again, I know, for example, in Japan that houses which are older have lower value because there's new seismic data and technologies that makes newer houses more valuable. So how do you project and say, I am going to build now, and in 50 years, that house will have more value than it was when it was being built? You must have consultants on your project, and they must be able to advise you accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the same question.
Thank you. So, mine, I'll say that the AI technology does not exist in vacuum. We need to have underlying data. And the modernization that the State Department of Lands spoke about yesterday, in terms of putting up infrastructure so that in the built environment and the landed professionals can have a common reference framework where they can anchor their own data. NHC, I think they have talked about the BIM. You are the only government body that has a BIM technology. But in the advanced nation, they are now doing the GeoBIM, where they link the BIM models to the spatial dimensions in terms of the coordinates of the boundary. So as you construct the building, you'll not face these challenges where you do the building, you finish, and then you hire a surveyor later to come and do sectional property survey. Those BIM models, once you extract the geometries and lay out those boundaries, those are the features, the floors and all those layouts during construction. Those are the positions you'll come and use later to do the sectional property survey. And we've discussed that the affordability of construction is not only the construction cost. We need to derive this from the time these projects take, the time you take from the construction to registration, because the complaints that we've received here yesterday is that the buildings, we've finalized the buildings, we have handed over the key, but 1 year, 2 years down the line, there are no titles. So which means there's an investment that has been locked. You cannot sell these houses. And what we are saying is that the construction professionals, we need to work collaboratively, not in silos, because you'll find that the surveyors are working on their own, people in the architects, the engineers. So if we work collaboratively, where we do the due diligence before the construction begins, we'll be able to avoid some of these issues where you identify errors later after the construction has been done. And you spend a lot of money trying to look for these approvals later, and it will ultimately affect your investment in this project.
Thank you for that from the panel. I know this is a discussion that in a fireside chat will take hours, but I'm informed my time is up. And before maybe we sign off, I would say that while the discussion has focused mostly on the supply side, I think this becomes the precursor to what now the demand side will have to deal with when this is sorted properly and we have the right product. Then it becomes easier to even sell and to get the mortgages that we are looking at, and maybe we will be able to achieve the ambitious target of 1 million mortgages that has been set by the government. Thank you very much. I know we would have gone for quite a bit more, but for now, I would request that we stop here. And I would also like to thank KMRC for this opportunity to maybe speak our part, because most of the time since yesterday we've been talking of the demand side. So at least you've heard from the supply side. Yes, I do agree. Japan, as presented by Date-san, has gone quite ahead in terms of collecting data, synthesizing it, and deploying it in ways that are very productive to the end buyer. And maybe if we emulate that, we stand a chance of scaling and delivering the right housing to the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Philip. And my sincere apologies. We have hurried the conversation. But this afternoon was supply side, and we've heard from all of them. And it's just to appreciate President Arabu, Roy, and Philip for taking us through this conversation on technology. I know we have some of our delegates who are in the technology space. They are ready to provide that solution. So I'll allow you to just stand, take a photo, and Deborah, my co-MC, will give you the gifts that we have for you. We can give them a warm clap just to appreciate them. Yes, thank you. We are gearing ourselves for the evening, so we would like to wind up this session and to appreciate every one of you for taking your time and being patient enough to have these conversations. Our panelists are still around. If you have a follow-up question, please feel free to engage them on the sidelines. They are here. I would like to believe Philip, you'll be here with us in the evening. I am cornering you. But anyway, I hope most of you will join us in the evening, and we really appreciate your coming. So just to conclude is just to appreciate the conversations we've had. A lot is happening in the different spaces. The different players we have, the stakeholders, the value chain actors within the housing ecosystem are doing a lot. Questions have been asked, answers have been given, and plans are on course to keep improving and to keep scaling. So that we have seen, and I believe the commitments that have been made by the various institutions, either the financial institutions, the developers, the tech space are also providing solutions that we are all moving together, because our collective task is what will strengthen our execution, deepening our collaboration and turning these opportunities into homes, communities, and livelihoods at scale. Because success will depend on how effectively we work together to translate these solutions into measurable outcomes for the people we serve. Our focus now must be on accelerating delivery, which we have had from the different players and the different panelists we had speaking to us and the speakers, and scaling what works and ensuring that more families can access safe, dignified, and affordable homes.
Wow, thank you, Olive, for those wonderful remarks. And on behalf of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, we want to thank the chief guests who honored us with their presence, the keynote speakers, the presenters, the moderators, the panelists, the sponsors, the development partners, exhibitors, and the organizing team. You all did a fantastic job. Please, let's clap for ourselves. Not forgetting our hosts, the Lake Naivasha Resort team. They fed us well. We can say that, right? And then they also ensured that they ensured our safety and our comfort. And to the media team and on all the delegates who contributed to the conversation, asante sana. So as we transition to the next program, which will start shortly, we would like to have all of us come to the stage for a group photo. And then as we now move out of this room, please ensure you carry your belongings, because this room is going to be prepared for the next session, which is the gala dinner. We do not want to lose you. We want to see you shortly in your black tie, in your lovely dresses, as we celebrate the inaugural Kenya Affordable Housing Awards 2026. All right, so please, all of us, come in front. We want to have a group photo, and then we will leave at our own pleasure and meet here at 7 p.m.
So we will have some down here and some on the stage. So just come, we'll take a nice group photo.
DJ, you can give us some music. We can dance as we come up front. Or you can march. Yeah. Tech desk. Tech desk, please pull up the slide. that the first slide, please. Okay, thank you. I will. I'm coming shortly.